指揮官。いや、違う。あれは悪夢。これはきっと夢です。
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Xanthos Vice here. We are back with some more Punishing Gray Raven. I hope you guys have a great start to your day. Where we last left off, I had finally gotten all caught up with finishing the last chapter I needed to complete to be all caught up with main story, chapter 26. And it was definitely an interesting chapter, mind you, because again, it's like the whole thing about the whole sacrifice and stuff really I think highlighted the character to Lamia too, because it's like, sure, he does make these kind of choices which seem dumb or impossible unless you're a male co-worker, but I think it's like she saw the side that it's like, no, he isn't. He isn't some superhero. He isn't someone who can just do the impossible on a whim and have it happen. No. He, just like her, has been struggling to reach these conclusions that he's gone into at the very end. And I thought it was a nice way for Lamia to grow as an individual as well, because it went back to everything that she was worried about in her place with the Ascendants, or just her existence as a whole, because she definitely was having a hard time understanding what is she even supposed to be doing now, unlike Roland, who is still going to work for Luna, just trying to do it in a different way, and Alpha still sticking with her conviction and such for Luna. But anyway, now that I'm all caught up, we just had the new update. I already made sure to update my game too, so we're gonna go ahead straight to the new chapter. And as you guys can see, I was actually lucky enough to actually get a, what's it called? Lucia Pyrov. Like, let me tell you, I actually did get lucky with this, because I got her on my third roll, luckily. I was like, could I actually somehow do it? Because it's like, most of the time, it usually is like you get it on the 6 to 10 roll. At least that's the guarantee one anyway, or the 80% guarantee. But I was like, I wonder if it's possible to actually get it here. And if not, then fuck me, then I won't really care as much. And I did, luckily enough. And I actually had my weapon stuff saved, so then I could roll for Flamewing Dawn, because I had the next guarantee for that as well, where it's like, if I just did one more 10 roll, I was guaranteed a 6-star weapon, and I actually decided to use it on hers, because I'm like, hey, I got the new character, why the fuck not? And I also do have her memories. The stats, they're almost where I want them to be, just for the lower resonance spots for 1 and 3. Could be better. I'm trying to get those for like signature ultimate at least, for signature moves specifically, but that's aside from the point. And I also finally did get a Wanshi to a double S rank finally. So as for who I'm gonna focus on next, I'm probably going to do it for Nanami Starfarer, because again, it's like, if I'm gonna free up Watanabe for my Nihility team for PPC, I kind of need to have someone else take his spot for my Fire team. Who abandoned Nanami for that team? I just need to start leveling her up and make sure she's worthy of being on the same stage as Imperia and Hyperreal. I mean, I know I still have to work on Hyperreal too, but again, it's like, I usually just focused on the tank and the amplifier for that team more than I do for Lee, because it's like, just me spamming his actions and his ults is already good enough for me. Anyway, I probably dawdled on long enough. Let's go ahead and finally continue with the main story again. But this time, I'm actually on track. No chapters behind. Oh, by the way, I did want to let you guys know that my Alicia figure finally got here today. I was like, yes, finally the Hersher of Origin is actually here. So yeah, I have yet to open the figure, because I'm probably going to take my time to do that like tomorrow or something. I don't know. Sometime like the next couple days. I do have an actual place for her, because I've been saving that spot specifically for her. But anyway, let's go ahead. I like the look of this chapter too, though. Shaper's Ripples. And before you guys ask, no, I'm not going to pull for the Nanami, the new Nanami frame. And my reason for that is, I literally just got Vera. I have her double S rank. I don't see the need to immediately go for Nanami. As for Lucia here, where it's like, at least I can have options between Hyperreal and her and Blackrock Shooty, you know? It's like a lot of DPS stuff, but when it comes to like the tank and stuff, I think Vera still already does a good job anyway, so I don't really feel as much of a need to have to do that. So anyway, there we go. There's my rambling. Yo, that is cool that it actually cracks open to this next one. Makes me think like it's immediately after these events, at least if I had to make a guess. And again, I'm kind of wondering what this stuff with a Cradle and Vonnegut means. It's like, are we finally at the next checkpoint in regards to our timeline? Like, another point of no return that Nanami was supposed to prepare for? So let's start with Echoes of Nightmare. The Hierophants are raw primal joy in their own destruction. They could yield to the decadent comfort that pity brings, but they continue to do on the exact price of that ecstasy, trapped in their pain. Oh yeah, I also did see my fellow PGR comrade / senpai, Guardian Soulblade. I did see that she was already streaming it earlier today. Hopefully it's going well for her. But yeah, that's why I was like, oh shit, damn, everyone's already getting in on this shit. I gotta start too. And luckily, I was actually able to finish work early, hence why I'm doing it now. Socrates' time of ruin, stark tragedy, stands as the only beacon of hope. Terry Eagleton, Radical Sacrifice. No one really knows when it begins. You as Grey River Commander keep having strange dreams. In the dream, your vision drifts free from your body, floating over the world like a ghost. Sometimes it slips back into the body it's bound to, and you personally relive the distant past of her. Chaos. Right, because that was something I actually did learn from chapter 26, that this new Ascendant that we're going to be dealing with, aside from Cradle and Vonnegut, is actually kind of constructed out of the data of the actual Commandant or the clone of Commandant. Again, I'm still kind of confused as to how that ended up, but or which one it actually is and which one this current one is. But aside from that, now I have an idea of the existence of the other one, Chaos. Occasionally, the dream faithfully replays a companion's memories, fearing the life she once described. Or might show a tranquil, stable world, feels both comfortable and strangely alien. But more often, find yourself relentlessly chased by eerie shadows, body slowly dissolving, forcing you to turn away from the light and plunge into darkness. You ascend this strange staircase, pushing onward until you reach the very top. Again and again, you glimpse the genuine end. Again and again, you make almost the same choice. Again and again, you head straight for the same sacrifice. Grey Raven Commandant, who are you exactly? Can you see beyond the world, or the ordinary world, like me? Is all that's left here just a projection, like me? Come, step up to the mirror, lift your head, and tell me. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Oh, that was a stinging sound. What? Why? How? Okay. Vision's murky and the buzzing in your ears just won't fade. Waking from a long nightmare to find a familiar street in front of you. Seems there's something you should remember. Something scattered at the far edge of this darkness, still slipping away from your grasp. Where is this? What date is it today? You can hear your ears ringing as you glance around, realizing once again that you ended up somewhere totally unknown. Why am I here? Commandant. Before the nightmare's icy grip reaches your spine, warm hands settle gently over your face. Same familiar face, same familiar voice. Like those solitary nightmares, her touching your palm feels so real, so warm, just like she is. Are you alright? Question draws your attention to the ground. You notice tiny drops of blood coming from your nose. It's just a bit of a headache. Lucia fumbles through the medical kit with worries, pulling out a piece of gauze after touching the nosebleed. She carefully inspects the situation again. How did we get here? The seers that question momentarily freezes, obviously caught off guard. Commandant? My memory's kinda hazy. I feel like I know the reason, but I can't be certain. She wears a conflicted look, unsure how to start. Beneath it all lies a worry that words can't fully capture. Is this still about the side effects? Side effects? When we use the key to rewind time, it affects both of us, though it's more severe for you. At first it's just dizziness, but then you lose a small chunk of memory. We can't figure out if it happened before or after the rewind. So what's your side effect? The mind shift and overload issues. They aren't a big deal as long as the mind connection stays intact, so don't worry only about me. Could you help me piece together my memories? Why are we here right now? Right, because last where we left off, we actually had to team up with Luna to help her regain her powers to like regulate the Inverheteor Tower, if I remember correctly. I don't think we necessarily had too much of a direct confrontation with Kratos, but it seemed like things were finally starting to move. We ended up finding Agent Vonnegut inside the Inverheteor Tower. Tap the other. Oh, wow! Whoa! I figured, because I was doing the thing for like for that new alpha skin, right? Like that quick little story thing. And I realized like some of the constructs, they just like move or like they float up and down. I'm like, I don't remember that being a thing here, except for like those like very amazing scenes or pictures. And I'm like, wow, they actually do that for these regular still frames too? Like I was wondering about that for a while. I'm like, maybe they actually changed it up again. And they actually do. Do I actually get to see it? Oh my god, it actually does give me a very good detailed description. That's cool. Anyway, Inverheteor Tower. The mysterious tower and main story, Spile of Kronos, that initially only the hypergrowth frame was allowed to enter. He had gone through long exploration and sacrifice to the tower before finally changing the red core that brought the disaster. Give it the power to purify the punishing virus like an infant device. Hence the name, Inverheteor Tower. Whether it is a hetero tower or not, the time inside and outside is different. No matter how long you spend in it, when you're back in reality, the time of the real world is determined by the deviation at the exit. If the deviation is low, for the outside world you've only been gone for a short time. The key can change your arrival in the real world, to some extent. Oh, so that's what this key is. Right, because I think we've gotten like a bit more of a understanding of what the key is, right? So it's like, it's basically my permission to be able to come here and affect time, I'm assuming. Because that's how, like, for Lee, he was able to change things, right? Because since he was the only person in the Inverheteor Tower when he was present, and it sent it as a form of data, that's how he was able to interact with himself in the past and change the present. Interesting. So that's how this whole key thing worked. So basically I can do what Lee does, but I can actually make it have a greater effect rather than just like only be information. That's interesting. Alright. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close. Vonnegut's voice flashes through your mind. Drawn out. One by one, those memories triggered by that short statement flood your mind. Each ray bringing a sharp jolt of pain. Commandant? I'm okay. Please, continue. On the way, Kratos joins the fray. I have no idea what Vonnegut did, but he ended up shoving all of us, Kratos included, right out of the Inverheteor Tower. Still remember what Lucia said, though the recollection feels like an all-too-vivid dream, blurring the line between what's truly real and what isn't. Do you recall anything else? Like what? What happened before we went to the... like, my frame? Right, yes. Please, give us context. How did I even decide to go here anyway? You followed the thread of your memories and recall March 30th with ease. By then, it was already been about a year since Lamia carried the egg. And wait for that depths. To see. Right. Well, I mean, I already learned about the egg, but I want to see what it says about it. Special hetero creature spawned from Vonnegut's plan. The egg Lamia took away to hold Cinderella's dead memory. lost all its original features and only contains Cinderella's memory. Okay. But what did we even do with it after that? We finished refining the Omega weapon, and Lucia's frame is not fully adapted. She set the switch into her new frame before April Fool's Day. Wow, what a coincidence. It really is tied into the present. That's awesome. Yeah, because I figure, because it's like, that's the only other way she would be able to survive in such an environment too, is like, when she gets a new frame, it's gotta have the Omega weapon on it. Unlike for Liv, where it's like, it wasn't completely that case. I mean, it kinda did, but also not exactly. And lied at the Science Council calls everyone together for a quick briefing in the meeting room. As you just saw, the Omega weapon now has an even greater effective range and provide improved efficiency. But it still only works on frames. We're not yet at the point where the Omega weapon can establish its own purified zone. We have a lot of technical challenges to overcome first. Right, yeah. Because otherwise we could put it to CPFs and actually create like even more safe zones, either equivalent or at least anywhere marginally close to the Hetero Tower's safe zone. You've all done a great job. Starting next week, we'll give everyone some time off. Keeps his eyes on the monitor in front of him, never once looking up. Lucia's new frame is fully adapted now, so she can swap into it starting tomorrow. There were a lot of unknown variables. Before we attempt entry into the Hetero Tower, I'd like to conduct at least 3 most standard mission tests. As we saw it before, deploying a frame in an emergency without proper trials is not only risky, it violates protocol. Pulled into her memories by that statement, no one around the table says a word. As a result, Asimov carries on with the explanation. Unlike the Heterarmor shard from the hyperreal frame era, this egg is basically powerless aside from some lingering memory data. However, we discovered it's highly compatible with the hetero creature technology. Using the data from Project Winter, the hyperreal's frame's records, the Phantom Tracer, and our enhanced Omega weapon, we combined everything to use that egg as the carrier for creating an Omega core. Oh, I see. Right, I guess it makes sense because they all have to do with kind of like the concepts of reality and the existence of or not a soul, but of a specific subject. Yeah, because that's how it was for Project Winter, with like the melding of souls and duplication of it. Or not of souls, but of data. Hyperreals was the same, being able to traverse communication through time. Phantom Tracer being able to create virtual simulations of events that did happen before. And then the Omega weapon, well, being the Omega weapon. Beyond granting immunity to the punishing virus, the Omega core lets the body harness punishing as an energy source, like an ascendant, so it no longer needs stasis pod recharges and can operate continuously. So, what's our plan once we're in Babylonia? When there's no punishing virus around, the Omega core automatically switches to its backup mode. At that point, just head to the hibernation chamber for regular recharge. Alright, go on. By building in technology from Phantom Tracer, the Omega core lets the user tap into some of the data carried by the punishing virus, much like we saw before with Liv's Dawn frame. Liv. It's also easier to control. Whenever you don't need that data, you can switch the feature off at will. Oh, I see. So we can do that because of... Right, because I guess it did help like process through data then. So it would make that easier. True, because back then we didn't really have the full understanding of how that worked with Stigmata, but I guess now we do, because of all the time and how much more our technology's advanced because of us colliding with the Ascendants. In addition to the Omega core and upgraded combat features, his frame can turn completely invisible, making it ideal for stealth missions. It packs numerous features, most of them cutting-edge tech used for the first time, so I'm asking for at least 3 months of testing to ensure it remains stable. Thanks, Asimov. On the screen, he raised his exhausted eyes over to lower them again. We currently know next to nothing about the Hetero Tower, or its internal design. Based on our findings, we suspect it has a strong connection to the punishing virus at its source. We must be fully prepared before stepping inside. Right, because I'm guessing that's kind of the thing. It's not necessarily so much that Vonnegut had directly done anything, But I guess the fact that now we know Ascendants can, in some way, shape, or form, access the Inver Hetero Tower, so now it's become a race. At least that's what I'm assuming, because Luna was able to do it by harnessing the power of the hetero creatures and punishing to create those little trap that she set for us. So I guess anyone with a strong enough affinity to the punishing would be able to negate how the Inver Tower keeps out the hetero creatures and the punishing, and then be able to access it. Or maybe I guess when they've ascended past the ascension, kind of similar to the concept of Super Saiyan 2, but surpassing Super Saiyan 1. Once Lucia completes her transfer to the Pyro frame, we'll bring back Plume in for another round of repairs and upgrades. If anything seems risky, she can switch back to her old frame anytime. I see. Right, because Lucia has been due for an upgrade for a while, especially one that can go against the punishing. Whereas I'm still kind of wondering if they're gonna make a new frame for Liv based off of the foundation of Imperia, or if they're gonna just let her be able to use Imperia freely, but just with better control. March 31st, after Lucia successfully transitions to Pyro, the Science Council starts an extensive testing phase, sadly fixing any issues that surface. Like Asimov says, throwing in untested frames during the combat is loaded with hidden dangers. The first 3 months, to put the frame through its paces, all our missions involve simple exploration and rescue tasks. Thanks to that, those 3 months became a rare and laid-back time spent with Lucia. During this period, you also went on support missions to hot springs, tree planting, and wine brewing, and visited a variety of scenic spots you usually never had the chance to visit. I guess their version of giving me a vacation after all the shit I've been put through. Do you remember what happened afterward? From that point on, the world steadily marches deeper into the abyss. Ooh. Seems like we overlooked a crucial problem and don't prevent it in time. Then everything unfolds so abruptly, just like Puglia Forest Park. Ah, great. At first, we're only assigned a straightforward, safe operation. Yeah, but it's never that simple, is it? Great. I guess just wrong time and stuff. Let's call it a night. Everyone's exhausted. Today, you and Lucy are on a routine escort mission that's set up as a test, just like you always do. Your goal is to help evacuate the residents from the conservation area closest to the hetero zone. Right now, you're still 50 kilometers away. By the time you finish helping to pack up, it's already late. Caretaker brings up piping hot tomato soup and savory crispy pastries, shows you over to a car in the corner. It's dangerous to go out at night, especially since we got a bunch of kids here. Doesn't even finish before tripping right to your arms and sending the hot soup on the table flying. You're alright? No worries. The soup is still okay, right? It's saying it's all good. Lucia gently past the little girl's head to reassure her. The girl turns to make sure the soup bowl is intact and holds out the rose she was hiding behind her back. She hands over the flower that quickly scampers off. Take it easy, Aina. These kids are always so reckless. Commandant, heading out after dark really ups the danger. Besides, our mission is slated for tomorrow. Alright, set out again first thing tomorrow. Sounds good. I'll let the others know. Don't forget to drink your soup while it's hot. Thanks. No need to say that. We're the ones who owe you our thanks. Who would have thought Babylonia would actually send Grey Raven to see us safely through? Everyone's breathing a little easier now. That night, no one in the conservation area senses the coming catastrophe. Nor do you, unless in your own nightmare. Oh shit. Seriously, what the heck happens? What, does he awaken? Does Chaos get their full power? Does Vonnegut, like, finally let out another experiment or complete his own Project Adilla? All the building's detectors seem tampered with. So not a single alarm goes off. Ah, great. Like we've been led to a trap or something. In that moment, everything descends into tragedy. The red tide pours out of Heterozone like a flood as it crosses 50 kilometers of wasteland. Oh, God! So he picks up on the threat, but there's no way to save everyone in time. Ah, shit. At the flying to conservation area, the red tide presses on to get the vehicles meant for evacuation. Ah, shit, so we're stuck. Just 1 hour to reaching current slams into the already battered buildings. And I'm down with a thunderous clash, leaving no survivors. We ended up punishing virus, Lee and Kama rush over to help Lucia look for anyone left alive amid the tide debris. They find no one. Fuck, man! It just had to happen. It's probably just reacting to whatever's going on, right? Probably Cradle again. Lucia doesn't locate little Ina, the girl who brought her flowers, until daybreak. Tucked away in a sturdy crate, booked by the booming surge of the red tide, and her curls up inside. By the time Lucia finds her, and his body is already in a state of decay. Ugh. Fuck. You serious? Shit. Had everything gone according to Asimov's plan, the test would have concluded in late October. But now there's no point dwelling on what might have been. Yeah, because that is kind of the issue, right? Because it's like, even if it's just a punishing virus, we can kind of deal with that, because it's like, as long as we deal with those contaminated, we can put a stop to it. But not the red tide. Not until we like have a way to create like a giant shield or dam that can block it. After that incident, the infrared tower sometimes shifts back into that blood-red chaotic state from where it first appeared. Meanwhile, the heterozone keeps expanding rapidly as the red tide spreads. Ah, shit. The council puts forward two options: send Lucia out early, or step in themselves and collaborate with the Ascendants to buy more time. Ooh. Oh no, right. Yeah, because it's like, we're neutral with Luna in the game. Just not Vonnegut. Really? I'm surprised they even had that as an option. But I mean, to be fair, desperate times did call for desperate measures, and even the Ascendants had a problem with the infrared tower, considering all the chaos that it made at the time. Let's go now. We've already lost the clean zone. We can't let what happened in Police Force Park repeat itself. Just when Lucia ignores the incomplete entry tests and prepares to go deeper, the infrared tower puppy returns to its calm state. After weighing the situation, you decide Lucia should hold off on diving deeper and stay in the tower's upper levels for more testing. Nah, it is the smarter decision, honestly, because we don't know what's going on. To contain the red tide, you reach out to Luna for the very first time, hoping she'll step in to stop it, or help investigate the infrared tower. She soon discovers she's been sealed out of the tower entirely. God damn it. So it is. It's like a one-time gig, basically. I guess it makes sense, too, because it's like, if people could go in all the time, then someone would have already done it, or they could misuse it, right? Because in the end, there's supposed to be trials to test the possibility for a hopeful future. So Lee had done his, Luna had done hers, so someone else has to be the one to step up. Just the only difference is Luna didn't need an Omega weapon, probably because of her connection with the Ascension Network. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. She be connected to the infrared tower's anomalies? As Ethos mentioned, Vonnegut is missing too. I suspect he snuck in while you weren't watching. Coral's lock of air on her fingertip makes a proposal. I'll help you keep the red tide in check and buy humans some time to retreat. In return, my sister is ready to enter the infrared tower, wanting to share whatever intel she uncovers with me. That is a fair trade, because again, we are asking Ascendants for help. You've been in there once already. Why would you still need intel on the tower? Back then, its core was toxic to me. Just approaching it gradually robbed me of my agent abilities, so I never got the chance to dig deeper. Right, we were in a race against time for that. And now the tower is changing. It's not the same as before. And I really want to know who can bypass a core like that to seize control of the Inverheteor Tower. Yeah. Because again, it's like people shouldn't be able to enter just whenever they want or anybody can. There has to be some criteria, but we don't know what that is yet. Yeah, it's like, at least from what I can tell from Luna's reaction, it's not a trial again, or else she wouldn't be as, like, concerned or confused as to what's going on. She could at least just tell us that and, like, not the specific details. And that's how things stand. Right. Since Luna and her team are Ascendants and managed to buy us some time, we need to kick off the new intake plan right away. The clean zone was shattered when A1 air terminal and the contaminating mimetic went down. Even Babylonia is the only secure spot. Babylonia can't hold too many people. We took in quite a few during the last Pulley Forest Park operation. Based on our previous records, I put together a screening process. It takes a moment to make sure no one has any objections. The criteria are pretty straightforward. Candidates must be under 36, have at least one strong skill, or exhibit copolymer adaptability. Should we consider using the Longinus Arsenal again to disperse the red tide? At the rate the heterozone is spreading, it'd be pointless to try. Agent Luna also recommended against that when we worked together. She believes that once the punching virus is airborne, it's even more unpredictable and uncontrollable. Based on Gustav's estimates, how long until the heterozone spread across the globe? Initially, we only had about a year. The region the ARU might hold out longer, maybe an extra 2 years. Luna's agreed to help push the red tide back, and our engineering squads can build defenses to slow its advance. That's bought us quite a bit of time. But in the end, we still only have 5 years. Space rippled through the dimly lit council chamber. This isn't a proclamation of defeat. We already know how to get into the Inverheteor Tower. As his commanding tone caused a rising anxiety in the room. Grey Raven has never failed us before, and they won't start now. Didn't they miss saving a few people last time? We'll carry out this plan right now. As long as we keep this mutation under control, we won't be leaving anyone behind. Plus, dude, it's like, really? One failure? I get I'm supposed to be the hero, but even heroes can't save them all. They do at least try to. It's like, think about all the other shit we've been through and how many times we saved y'all's asses. Finally getting some recognition. Now people are trying to take that away from me. A long time later. Grave Commander once again faces the hetero creature Chico, still shaken by today's events. By all that fallen. Wait, what? It's still alive? I thought we defeated this thing! Wait, no, yeah, we did defeat Chico, right? 5 years, and most people stand firm in their belief that's enough time for humanity to seize a lifeline for the ever-expanding heterozone. For them, the worst outcome of this battle would be no more than a hero's burial. Someone will walk alongside them into a world reborn for the ashes. It would be a victory paid for with sacrifice. But if we ask the heroes who are still safe right now, sacrificing really is the only way to stop all this. How will those heroes answer? Choose the second one. Because I have to be realistic here. It's what the other me would have done. I will sacrifice. Help the world I cherish and the people I love can live on to see a peaceful future. But in these times, disasters demand sacrifices that surpass mere loss of life. They rarely grant the comfort of a peaceful end. Oh, I see. And the butterfly just moves from one to another. That's interesting. Wait, I'm already 12% done. Oh, wait. Are there perspectives? Oh my god, there were so many different things. Wow, okay. It's gonna be like Commander perspective, Lucia perspective, Cradle Vonnegut perspective, maybe? For the agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? October 3rd. 3 passes and the sky slowly progresses. The Power Frame completes every test procedure. Where everything's set, it's time to head out. Amid the bustling crowd, you check Dominic's invitation letter in hands again. Now activated by the key Cervantes provided. Right, yeah, because he did give me that. Dominic, founder and CTO of the Science Council, demotes the hero legend with his whereabouts remaining a mystery. Graven Commander once received his legacy. After opening a device known to be made, the commander saw a video of Dominic. In the video, Dominic invited the commander to carry on his legacy, join him, and upload the memory data into Gestalt. Careful consideration, the commander refused. Later, the invitation was activated again by the Church of Machina, making it possible for those originally invited to enter the Wait, really? Wait, are you serious? When did this happen? I don't remember this. I can't tell if this is like something that did happen, but I just don't remember it, or maybe this is in one of those floating memories again. God damn it. The key. Call again the day he spotted that letter in the data stream. This world now meets every requirement for using the key. Keep in mind, once the invitation is activated by the key, it can no longer grant the invitee the power to become Dominic. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inverhetero Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. It should only be used as a last resort. Right. That conversation was so long ago for me. Because that was in chapter 30, right? Or no. Wait. No, it was kind of a mix of like chapter 29 and 30, because 29 is where we got a bit more of like the idea of Dominic from the whole thing with Tenny, and then the stuff with Luna. Did Dominic, the one who left that letter, already sense that the heterozone would keep spreading? A soft-spoken woman's voice interrupts the silence, just plainly holding a bouquet of roses, and 4 others dressed just as simply stand behind her. You're the same person Lucia saved in the shelter that day. Thanks for coming to send us off, too. Yeah, we all really wanted to see our savior one more time. Jenny holds out the roses she became. Yeah, because if I said the first one, that'd be insensitive. Please accept this bouquet. Thanks. I'm not totally sure what the Inverhetero Tower is about. I just know everyone says this mission is critical. If it works out, we'll all be saved. Grips the edge of her shirt, trying to find the right words. I've overheard some of her stuff, but really, none of it was your fault that day. If Grey Raven hadn't been there, none of us would have made it this far. My dad always said, if the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood. As long as you're breathing, you can still do what you want. So, you heroes need to take care of yourselves too. I will. Thank you. Please take good care of yourselves too. Take care of myself? Yeah, it seems like that's all I can do. What's wrong? It's nothing really. Just remember what Uncle Shan said last night. Smile scrunching her brow, her eyes brimming with deep sadness. I wish I could tag along. Even if it gets dangerous, if it cost me my life, I'd still go. If the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood, right? That saying's meant for the heroes. We're not mountains. Uncle Shan says only the heroes are the real deal. It'd be great if we could be the firewood instead. Nobody wants to just sit around useless and end up rotting away. Our conservation area's already been wiped out. It's now at the bunker with a bunch of other people. Feels like we'll be able to do less and less. Don't worry. Once we fix this mess, we'll rebuild that conservation area. We're all counting on you. We'll be right here until you come back victorious. Onward. Hang on, Commander. Lucia, I still got a few things I haven't packed yet. He stays at the towering pile of graves, looking overwhelmed. There's no way we can haul all of this. I can't decide what to slip into my tactical pack. Should I toss in another tube of healing gel? Grab 2 extra vials of serum? Or maybe throw in a box of spare rations? Let's take an extra box of rations. So, you're gonna set up camp in the Inverhetero Tower? Just being prepared. Commander, I'm ready.
Our supplies are pretty limited, so if it gets too dangerous, please don't push yourself. Come back soon if you have to.
Got it. You didn't spend much time in the Inverheader Tower last time, so I'm sure I'll be back in no time. So Sally, his face still serious as he keeps his gaze on the Inverheader Tower in the distance. Don't stress themselves out over this.
I wish I didn't have to either. But whenever someone from Grey Raven switches frames, they always end up in some tough situation.
Damn, Liv, you gonna jinx me like that? But, I mean, that is how the formula works. This time we're prepared thoroughly. Lucia passed every test. She should be fine. Yeah, because it is true that is the difference here. When it came to Liv, we had to, get her there as soon as possible. All we could really do was give her checks. Lee, he at least had a bit of time, but it hadn't, made sure that all its functions were fully, unlocked and prepared. Keep that optimistic talk for when you're back. Fine.
Lucia, you too. Come back as soon as you can. Things get rough, don't do anything rash. I heard Miss Isla and the World Government Association of Art have come up with a bunch of new coding designs. When we get back, let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? Exactly. Don't keep us waiting too long. I will.
Lucia lifts her hand once more if I need to join.
Onward.
What about you, Lee? Nothing to add? Lucy is our captain. I'm certain she'll protect you. Apart from that, there's really no use worrying. I can't enter the Inverheader Tower anyway. Just come back soon. Well, you do care, Lee. Kick Lucy's ass to her chin and fall eyes on you. Make your way towards the Inverheader Tower in the distance. Twisted riff, sharp like scissors, waiting quietly for both of you. Is the Hetero Zone still spreading?
Yeah, there's been a disturbance on the western edge of the clean zone. People are already dealing with it.
Humanity's running out of time.
We may not have long, but it's still enough. Let's move.
Closest companions appear anxious, although standing a bit further away look on with envy. Despite knowing the rest, I can't shake that sense of envy. Let's go. And then you step through the dark portal. Oh, okay, so now I can actually be there with her. Interesting. See if finding exhales a sigh of relief after hearing all the memories retold.
It looks like the only memories that remain hazy are those from the Inverheader Tower.
But that does make sense, though. Same with Lee.
I'm guessing it's because you didn't have the key on you back then. Or maybe its abilities are limited. We also ran into Vonnegut's assault, so we had to pull out the tower by force.
The key?
It's the activated Dominic invitation. Since that name is way too long, you decided to call it Key once we were inside the Inverheader Tower.
Alright. Oh, no, I saw it already.
Alright.
Now I remember. So, which thing happened afterward?
Once we entered the Inverheader Tower, we head deeper to look into everything. Over time, we figured out that the tower can send messages to my past self. But this only works for me as a construct, and only if that past self is infected does it actually get the message.
Right, because that's the only way to have any sort of connection with the Ascension Network. So that's why the only leads that sent out messages were those who had failed within the confines of the Inverheader Tower, and then Lee, who was using the Omega Weapon as a way of maneuvering the punishing virus. And I guess it would make sense too that it can only work through that way, because again, it's the Ascension Network. It's a completely different realm.
The Pyrophone can read the punishing virus, which sets it apart.
Remember all of this, but the details are fuzzy. Inside the Inverheader Tower, the space is much larger than Loon described. Feels like you're exploring a maze-like city on foot. Eats up a huge amount of time. And then?
From what we've uncovered, you figure the punishing virus actually has a fourth dimensional property. The tower's time-warping abilities rely on that very feature.
Well, duh. What else would be powering it?
We're trying to use this power to change the past, like preventing the conservation area from missing its relocation that night, or stopping the disaster at Police Forest Park and everything that followed with Liv.
Oh, so that's how we test it.
Or even further, like something that happened during the Calog Metropolis battle.
Ooh. True.
But most of those ideas don't pan out. Some barely help at all, and others make things worse. The people we try to save get ambushed en route, and the backup we call in always arrive too late.
Yeah, the butterfly effect, right? Because unless it happens in a certain way, some things are gonna be inevitable.
Suddenly, you said with confidence that the tower was acting strange. Then you used the key to intercept every message sent to the past, erasing all the changes we had made.
I remember sending a message to the Lotus frame, but I can't recall whether Alpha got it or you did.
It looks like we all get them in the end. Still, those memories are hazy, almost dreamlike. They haven't changed anything. And just to be sure, they got corrected too. We keep digging into it for a while, until we notice the red tide gathering at one spot through the cracks in the tower.
Is that why in that point in time, like, the version of me that was over in the cradle, like in that cage, that's why he kept seeing many different images of alternate timelines too? Because he had already been highly infected with the punishing virus and was about to be absorbed into a Cthulhu, not to mention, like, that solution that was in the IV drip that Lithos had injected me with. It all kind of affected my body to that point of syncing me up with another version of myself. Wait, the red tide. And that triggers your most disturbing memories. All across the floor in the Hetero Tower, tiny cracks are forming. Someone brought the red tide in and then took it away to another point in time.
It's too late.
Call that a dream. The doll from your memories once whispered these exact words. So remind me, how many times have we used the key?
74.
Lucia fours out a number, refusing to relive the tears and time lost where every rewind and death. Leaves your shared horrors unspoken, letting these side effects pile up until our memories blur into a tangled mess. So many times. To haze of fragmented memories, the two of you rely on the power of the key to send precise information back into the past. The tower teems with strange creatures and baffling illusions. Vonnegut remains in it too. He's forever seeking to fuse himself with chaos, leading to several clashes between them.
Commandant?
It's alright. Continue.
Okay. As we pin down where the red tide converges, we uncover some traces of Vonnegut's movements. It looks like he's up to something at that convergence point.
Ah, right. Convergence point. That's what it is.
We still don't fully understand what he's trying to accomplish, so we grab a few samples and make sure to store our findings in the Phantom Tracer.
Right. Because it can read the data.
Since we've done everything we can for now, we should probably head back and brief the Science Council.
The return trip won't be easy anyway. After that, pretty sure that's when the accident occurred.
Oh, right. You still had the key on you. Yes. While I was accessing the data, it started shaking violently and fell into the red tide. I picked it up, so I've had it ever since.
Just making sure. Something so important to safer in your hands.
You said the exact same thing when we first scooped it up from the red tide.
So it's a downsized key customized by Cervantes into a camouflaged tactical pocket. She does, a small origami 4-leaf clover pops into view. The same 4-leaf clover you and Lucia folded while running routine mission tests. This is the one from back then.
Yeah, we made it together. Since it's so light, I've kept it with me ever since. You remember what happened after that, don't you? As we approached the Inverheader Tower's exit, you suddenly went missing. We searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Only Vonnegut was left inside.
Hold on. You're saying I just vanished? Down what you got through those setbacks on the way back, the only thing left would be your final battle against Vonnegut. Turns out there's an even murkier stretch of memory you're forgetting. Feels like a soft breeze drifting by. Only a touch remains, and you can't hold on to the wind.
I really thought Vonnegut took you away again, but then he told me that you were in the process of dying.
The process? Huh.
Nothing about life, death, or even time is normal in the Inverheader Tower. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I'm convinced he's involved in why you're vanished. I was in a fight with him when Kratos suddenly dived into the chaos. She said she had realized that if she didn't kill us, she wouldn't finish what she set out to do.
Cradle. All I can remember is how she abruptly turns on Vonnegut. But why is she in the Infraheader Tower?
I suspect she lurks in the tower all along and hurts you more than once, but we never notice. After all, most of our battles here have been with those hetero creatures inside. The only person who appeared from time to time is Vonnegut. But do those creatures really answer to him alone? Her abilities are way beyond what we first thought. Neither I nor that agent can keep her under control for long.
You think Vonnegut's still holding back?
Could be. He is on high alert around her during that skirmish. By the way, do you remember how the Phantom Tracer digs up Vonnegut mentioning the Agent Zero from another era?
Agent Zero, the first agent born by endowing the contaminated mimetic with personality. In the current world, the contaminated mimetic had been locked up in the by Dominic for a long time before it was released in main stories, stars ensnared and led to a series of disasters, including the crash of Babylon's AI terminal, the contamination of the Infraheader Tower, and low punishing concentration.
Stars? Oh, right.
Forgot about that.
I remember it. None of us really got what that meant back then, but after running into Cradle in the Infraheader Tower, I couldn't help thinking, is it pointing to her?
Cradle is Agent Zero? What reason can Vonnegut possibly have to hold a grudge against Agent Zero? I thought they were on the same side.
I'm not entirely sure, but the moment I met Cradle, she made her hostility crystal clear, both toward us and those humanoid hetero creatures at Vonnegut's side.
She's got a grudge against Chaos too?
Chaos? So that little humanoid hetero creature goes by the name of Chaos?
Humanoid hetero creature created due to Lithos of Vonnegut's plan where Graven's commanded its data. Possesses 80% of the command. Yeah, right. See her furs are brown, her expression darkening.
How do you know her name? Wait, why didn't you tell me sooner?
You could possibly tell her you learned everything about Chaos through dreams. How do you let her know that in those dreams you always end up taking the same path?
It's a long story. I mean, I knew about it even before we went to the head of her tower, but I just never really had the moment to fill you in. You mean before heading into the Infraheader Tower? So the reason you're helping Vonnegut is tied to all this, isn't it?
What? I'm helping him?
You really don't remember?
The whole thing's a bit fuzzy. I can only piece together a few random. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying, is like, I don't know any of this. Got into a fight with him in Cradle. He had some weird stuff, and then the next thing I know, we're here.
I was locked in a tense three-way standoff with Vonnegut and Cradle. The fight went on forever, and it was only by matching Cradle's attack rhythm that we finally pushed Vonnegut to the brink. But then, you showed up on the steps of the Infraheader Tower. The humanoid hetero creature by your side commanded me to join forces with Vonnegut.
Me? Command you? To help him?
Exactly. I was having a really tough time accepting it, but you didn't offer any explanation. You just kept insisting I help Vonnegut take down Cradle.
Huh?
Maybe you discovered another truth during that time, but you never got the chance to explain yourself. Still, you were clinging to that humanoid hetero creature's hand, as if you decided to go along with Vonnegut's plan, ready to accept becoming one with her.
This portion actually pulls your hand closer. Check over the spot where the hetero creature touched you, showing a sign of decay.
Why would you do that? What exactly happened?
This memory is especially hard to piece together, but it's not without leads. Leaves behind a profound sense of despair. Like every terrible suspicion has been confirmed.
Confirmed.
If I actually ran to Chaos, the one from my dreams, and saw those dreamlike images in real life, would I walk over just to confirm that they're real? Lost in those thoughts, a familiar figure darts by in the distance. Chaos?
What?
Follow her. Together with Lucia, follow Chaos as you step onto the streets of Constellia. You're not sure why, but Vonnegut's final words surface in your mind once more.
It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close.
For the agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? I am so lost here. When the fuck did this happen? Wait, is there extra stuff I'm missing? I feel like there's extra stuff I'm missing here. Because, like, I don't know. It's like, that memory of chaos. I don't remember that shit at all. What is this? Oh no, this is just a collectible. Is that maybe from if I had gotten these little extra points in some of these places? Nah, but these are points before though. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. I guess we're just accepting that we've already been through a couple loops. What? Oh wow, okay. I did not realize Nanabe Store would actually be here immediately right after. I thought it would take until like her update, or I guess when she's released. Released after April 9th. Oh, okay, so just a week. And that's not too bad. I am so lost right now. But then again, I guess there is like this stuff. Oh, actually, before I continue, I should actually test out the new Lucia, since I haven't gotten a chance to do it yet. Okay, here we go. Check out the tutorial stage first. Like I said, I want to get a good idea of how I use it. I did see a video about it, but I don't remember a lot of context of it. Might as well test it out. Oh shit. Okay, so pink, yellow, red, pink, yellow. Okay. Powerful recover aura value when she casts flare combo. Okay, so like okay. When aura value is full, President Home brings it because aura blind. Oh, is that where it's like I see all these stars around me on the corner? Ooh, that is cool. Reminds me of like what Alpha's ult is in their Crimson Abyss form, but just faster. Oh, so now I'm in a floating form just like Luna. That's... It's kind of like a combination of both what Alpha is and what Luna is. Oh, and this sword thing reminds me of like a Radame's Herture of Origins. Oh, that is cool. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to test this out. Damn, she looks so cool. Actually, I didn't think about it. What was it? I'm just lucky that to get her memories, yeah, like this stuff, I was able to do the same simulation that you had to do to get Wan Chi and Han Ying stuff too. Because I was like, oh shit, I don't think they have it open yet. The next thing I know, I go to limited event, I saw the simulated battlefield was still here, and then I saw that they actually changed the items in here. Like, you have this stuff, which is for Lucia. I'm guessing this other stuff is for Yanta, or would this be for... Oh, this would be for Nanami, because lightning. Okay. And Hyson, I guess, just to combine with one of the other two. Oh, okay, yes, because Yanta's will be in 2 days. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, then this other stuff, but all this other stuff is still the same. Okay. I just wasn't sure. Alright, so let's do another one real quick. Let me do combat practice. Damn, it is still crazy how much it's progressed in the timeline here since the events with Luna in Stars and Snare. Yeah, so start with Fire Thunder form for... Oh no, that's what it is. Okay. What? Oh shit. Wait, no, I did it. Oh. Oh wow, okay. So I'm gonna have to wait for the first attack and then press A and then use the yellow orb. Okay, that's gonna be tricky. Okay, so this is how I get aura value. Okay, so this is how I do this. Wait, I want to try it again. No, let me try it again. So, this. There we go. Oh, okay, so I have to be in this floating mess. I guess because it's giving me the momentum.
進みましょう。降りかかる苦難がすべてなくなるまで。
Alright, let's do the effect practice. Maybe this will tell me more about the plasma thing.
勝利こそが私たちの誓いです。
Yeah, here we go. Powers of effect practice will trigger plasma beam effect. Oh, okay. Let's see. 3, 4, 5. Oh shit, wrong button. What? I pressed it. Don't lie to me. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's cool.
集え、暁の光。
Oh, you. Oh, this is cool. Oh, there we go. The electric storm flash. It's the second effect out of the second. So, what? I pressed it. No, I pressed it. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, now I see. Because it's actually. That's fancy.
紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。 進みましょう。降りかかる苦難がすべてなくなるまで。
Alright, I have somewhat of an idea. It'll be tricky for me to remember all these, but it's a start anyway. Should I actually do the challenge? Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe not to spoil myself yet of the enemies that are gonna be here. So let me just go ahead and continue. Golden Time Court. Like a jeweled palace in the clouds, majestic and radiant, stands also as a tombstone for a glorious age, vast and desolate. On Say's overpass, a different view emerges. This is their storm. Okay. Follow Chaos' trail into a cramped alleys of Constellia, only to find a soldierly figure standing in your way. He's got a purple-haired kid in his grip. Someone seems only familiar. Lithos! You little punk. I finally got you. Now tell me, where's the guy who took my instant noodles? Hands off her. Stop. Sergeant can reach for his weapon, Lucia moves in. Who's this girl in the wimp supposed to be? She hasn't had to deal with such lowbrow talent in quite some time. Given what you know about her, if she's not saying anything, she's probably getting you how hard she needs to hit next. Swix obviously won't listen to reason, and there's a human among them who can't handle a real heavy strike. Yet they're still in the way while she's going into chaos. Those two part a rowdy bunch of employees as well.
Fine, guess I gotta beat people up again. Just like the old days, Commander.
Yeah. Do not skip the stage. Why the fuck would I?
なんだお前ら俺に文句でも
Oh, good voice stuff again.
派手なのと弱そうなのだな。歌ってダンスでもするか？見せてみろよ。
腹ペコでダンスもできないってか
Ah, great. Lucy. Not yet.
了解です。いけ！当たれ！
わかったわかった食料はやるよ
指揮官、大丈夫ですか？
Not bad. Where's this kid from just now that looks like Lithos?
ワクサ、お兄ちゃんを知ってるの？
ワクサはあなたの兄なのですか？
お兄ちゃんに会った？もうずっと帰ってこないの。
What's going on?
お兄ちゃんはグルート教授がいなくなったって。意識データをコンステリアに持っていくから迎えに来るって約束なのに
What?
戻ってこないの。
グルート教授というのは
Oh, not Professor Trout. I know about that.
引き取ってくれた人。私たち孤児院にいたの。
Ah, shit. Okay, yeah. Now I'm kind of seeing how Lithos would know about Project Athena. God damn it.
彼は亡くなったのですか？
See, did you not read my reports from before? I'm pretty sure I mentioned it. Or, no. Right. The other commander did that, not me.
引き取り手続きが終わる直前に突然いなくなって家も差し押さえられたの。お兄ちゃんが探しに行って戻ってきて教えてくれた。もうこの世にいないって。
Would the managers at the orphanage let you guys out?
前はダメだった。グルート教授が里親になるって決まって何も言われなくなったよ。
ワクサがいなくなったのはいつです？
Wait, Lucia. Tell you something you remember. She is indeed related to Lithos. She's gonna become Rosa's mother down the road, too.
ロサ、アシモフのところの。
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, she and Rand are the ones that brought the data back for the Bloom specialized frame. If my memory serves. Oh, Anne! Right. How could I forget? I'd even said I finally learned about Anne and Rand, who Asimov was trying to come to terms with their deaths.
彼女がアン。
Take it easy, but nice of her. All right.
ワクサ、お兄ちゃんがいなくなったのはいつの出来事ですか？
グルート教授を助けに行った時、1ヶ月前？
どうして彼はグルート教授を助けようと？
里親を申し出てくれたから恩返ししないとって。いなくなった教授は多くのことを残してくれた。教授の代わりにお兄ちゃんが完成させてあげるの。
グルート教授から何を手伝ってほしいと言われました？
意識データと関係してるようなこと。枠さお兄ちゃんの話では、意識データは人の脳に保存された情報を全てデータ化して別の場所に保管してるんだって。それを使って新しい体に取り替える人もいるって。体を取り替えることと関係あるなら、グルート教授も生き返らせたいな。
Smart Rose. Rare for kids your age to know memory data.
パパとママがいた時、科学の研究をしてたの。うちはそういう才能を持つ人が多いんだってお兄ちゃんが言ってた。お兄ちゃんはもっと物知りだよ。パパたちもそう言ってた。もし体が不自由じゃなくて私と同じいいママから生まれなければとっくに引き取られてる。
グルートはその才能を求めた。
グルート教授はただ私たちをちゃんと学校に通わせたかっただけだよ。
グルート、意識データ、枠さん、ある人物が浮かびますね。
なんでその名前を？お兄ちゃんと私しか知らないはずなのに。
Right. He actually told me this name too.
教授から聞いたんだ。じゃあみんなグルート教授の友達だね。
Right, because I had even had an inkling that it's like that's what it actually was, that he was actually Professor Trout. Again, I don't know if this is like 100% confirmation on, but if I'm right, there's link to that.
ローズ、もう一つ質問が。お兄ちゃんがグルート教授の意識データをコンステリアに持ってきたのはなぜですか？
わかんない。多分秘密基地とか。
その秘密基地は見つけましたか？
お兄ちゃんはいなくなって私も外に出れないから。
Is there anyone else here?
美術館のところにいるよ。でも嫌な傭兵がよく物を奪っていくの。
指揮官、美術館の方へ行ってみましょう。カイウスが消えたのもそちらです。
Custom sensitivity. Oh, okay. You can actually do that. Okay. That's new. PC, yeah. I think I'm fine. Only commanded first person perspective mode. The sensitivity configuration will override other configuration. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this definitely does take me a while. Can I do anything about it? Hovers. Nah, it's fine, I guess. I mean, it may be slow, but it definitely could be worse. Just gonna look around. But I definitely am moving slow. Oh, what's with this dude?
そっちは危ないよ。
彼らは一般人ですし、
Yay.
ここで議論しても情報は手に入りません。
Don't worry.
ローズを美術館へ送ってからカイウスを探しに行きましょう。
Just wanted to see.
これってあれか？あの専門家と教授たちがアンブレシアよりすげえのを生み出してこの世界をぶっ壊そうとしてるのか？
最高よね。もう出勤も首のことも考えずに済む。 晩ご飯の心配もいらないなら最高だけど。
世界滅亡万歳だ。障壁が開いて外に出れても、どうせゲシュタルトのデータベースは俺の希望ポジションを選んじゃくれないし。
決まってたことよ。トップが機械芸術好きなのは周知だし、引き上げられるのは一部のコネだけ。コスパが機械に劣る私たちみたいなのは当然最適かよね。
話が違わないか。これは一体どういう状況だ。俺たちが受けた任務はただのデモの鎮圧だぞ。なんでコンステリアに何日も閉じ込められるんだ。
なんかの撮影か。赤い蝶とか変なロボットとか。どう考えても美術館がテーマのホラー風リアリティショーとしか考えられん。
リアリティショーで死人は出ないだろう。命は最低でも保証されるはずだ。それか本物の人間は俺だけで、くたばったのは全員機械か。
もしあの二人、さっきお前が言ってたやたら強いってやつ。
違う違う、おい来るなって。何もしてない。お前らがデモで工事の邪魔をするから上の連中に雇われただけだ。閉じ込められたりしなきゃ食料を奪ったりしない。そもそも悪いのは使えない奴らだろ。向上心もなしに食っちゃねゲーム三昧じゃ、そりゃクビになる。お前らレベルの働きぶりなら解雇の心配もないが。
あの赤い蝶、おそらくコレドールが近くにいます。この一帯には詳しくないですし、無防備な接近はヤブヘビかと。別の道を探しましょう。フロートか。あれで上から都市の様子を見てみますか。私が連れて飛んでもいいんですが、ローズもいるので道中を考えるとあれを使う方がいいかと。権限カードが必要ですね。リーがいれば直接解除できたかもしれませんが。カイウス？
あの人知ってる。少し前に蝶に殺されてた。
権限カードを持っている。カイウスが私たちにカードの場所を教えた。
She's probably trying to familiarize us with this city.
ただの異合生物に過ぎません。行動に善意は期待できません。
I mean, with the commanded data, probably.
確かにフロートカーの権限カードですね。これで起動できるはず。
コンステリア北五館黄金辞帝展示区へようこそ。美術館までご案内します。お子様は手をつないでしっかりお座りください。
高いね。
隣の高い塔は黄金辞帝を代表する最も高い建造物です。輝かしい時代の旋律と人類の正解へ向けられた願いを象徴しています。塔内の床と階段、手すりなど全ての装飾品は触れることで異なる楽器の音を出し、塔の旋律と調和する仕組みです。美術館に到着しました。車両が完全に停止してから順番を守ってご降車ください。 それでは黄金辞典をどうぞお楽しみください。
カイオス？いない。都市設備は全て戦闘とは無関係。生活設備も少ない。まるで隠居した芸術家ですね。体と魂を黄金辞典という主題に捧げたような。幼い頃に広告を見ましたが、来るのは初めてです。CM ソングが素敵だったので。歌詞はこうでした。歌おう輝く時代のメロディー、進もう広大な星の海。ずっと思っていました。こんな時代を指揮官と生きられたらって。過去の栄光は取り戻せなくても新しい未来は作れます。出発しましょう、指揮官。赤潮です。ローズを連れて高所へ退避を。キリがない。20号棟内でのコレドールの上等手段です。キリがない。20号棟内でのコレドールの上等手段です。キリがない。20号棟内でのコレドールの上等手段です。キリがない。20号棟内でのコレドールの上等手段です。消耗戦は不利です。撤退を。
Damn, this would be pretty cool if they could actually make it VR one day. I mean, I highly doubt that it would work that way, but it would be cool. Just 10 seconds after reaching the art gallery steps, a surge of red tide sweeps across the street.
Keep your distance. Getting too close to that red tide can get you infected. Infected?
Must be your first time seeing red tide, isn't it, Rose? Keeps her voice low as she cautiously peeks out from behind her clothes. Get the street outside the exhibit hall that's now flooded by the red tide. Slight silhouette briefly reminds you of the child who brought roses the other night.
The Golden Age is calling the red tide now, too.
It must be because the Emperor Hetero Tower.
There's no other explanation. There has to be some link to that tower here, letting the red tide flow into the Golden Age.
The catastrophe is only just starting. So many survivors and the gears in working order. So a chance to turn this around.
If only we could get out of here and hand the Omega files over to the Golden Age Science Council right this minute.
I recall trying something like this back in the Emperor Hetero Tower.
But we don't have the Omega files. All we can do is warn people about what's coming. The second we open our mouths, they dismiss us as spreading rumors or acting out of line. Then they drag us off for examinations, leaving us no way to get out unscathed. It's locked down here. First, we need to figure out how to get out. But there's something else bothering me. If we break the lockdown, does that mean we'll accidentally jumpstart the Red Tide and Golden Age?
It's a tough call. So, about the Red Tide for the Golden Age. Does it happen because of Vonnegut or Cradle? The moment Rose hears that name, she looks like she wants to speak up but ends up holding her tongue.
From what we found out during our investigation, Vonnegut is still working on keeping Cradle in check without her catching on. So he's probably too preoccupied to stir up any other trouble.
Cradle.
Back when we first ran into that humanoid hetero creature, she showed an unusually keen interest in human civilization. If the Red Tide can't sweep away what's left of humanity's golden age before it's completely destroyed, she won't pass on that chance. Besides, Vonica is keeping a close eye on her too.
How did the watch get tangled up with Inza Zero? How the watch?
That part's still a mystery.
Why is Vonica so bent on sending us into the Golden Age's Constellia?
Remember? He calls this place the Fog. Right before he shoved us out of the tower, he said, "Then enter the fog and behold the true threat humanity faces." Trying to bring this drawn-out feud to a close.
Right, because I mean, to be fair, there was like a current or secret lab going on in Constellia. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another secret. The fog. So he goes over every bit of data on the terminal again, making sure nothing's overlooked.
Exactly. It's like the tower disappears without a trace. Or maybe right now it hasn't shown up yet at all.
That's probably it.
When we're stuck in the infrared tower, we never manage to send our whole selves into another era. We can only pass along information. I never think we actually get out. I still don't know if this area counted as part of the tower's influence before it even showed up. And what's Vonnegut's reason for calling this place the Fog?
Could the fog be somewhere overhead or maybe underground?
Overhead or underground? Got it. I'll watch for anything odd in both places.
No point guessing here. Let's head into the art gallery and see what we can find. We already know some of the tower's secrets, and we got a bit of intel in hand. Our top priority is definitely getting back to our own time. The people who've been hit hard by the Red Tide in the Hetero Zone are still counting on us for news. By the way, Rose, run into anyone else around here?
Darcy is likely back already, and her friends are over in the gallery. We literally just went to grab some instant noodles from the vending machine, and that's when they nabbed us.
Let's meet the folks here first and see if we can learn anything.
Alright.
Stand behind Lucia to get another look at the city. Right now, Constellia lingers in silence, caught the twilight of the Golden Age. Shines like a celestial palace adrift in the clouds, sending a radiant. It also feels like a headstone for once great era lonely and empty. I am so confused by how this is supposed to be structured, because it's like, I feel weird about us getting this exposition of events that already happened. Because if anything, it makes me feel like we're supposed to have already watched the trailer, and then this is what happens after. At least this is my guess into it, because I literally can't see any other way that this would be shaped. Unless this stuff happens right after the floating records too, and that's why I needed to do those, potentially. Because that's the only other thing, because it's like, I can't think of anything else that would have set it up for this whole like point of long exposition. It's like I can't think of that being the case, considering they seem more centered around Hanying and what's it called? Wanshi. Oh, okay, we got a new one here. Oh, for Yanta. Unless there's maybe something for like arcade anime or something. Nah, but that doesn't work either. Unless there's like an extra story or something. Nah, it's not either. Damn, that's so confusing. Whatever, I might just be thinking too much about this. The Loom of Calamity. But then again, I guess it would be too long if we went over like all those other simulations, but I feel like at least the stuff that we did in the Infrared Tower should be recorded on here. That's what we're doing. Cradle. How would you describe this era? It's a time of peace with cutting-edge technology. Vibrant and resplendent. Growing up in this golden era? Says there's more beneath its gleaming surface. Right, because that is kind of the thing, right? Because even though it looks all nice now, there is some stuff that can be happening, or even people with bad intentions could be taking advantage of this whole like new industrial revolution sort of period and just using it for their own nefarious deeds. Because it seems like that's the same thing that Kurano were trying to do. Not to mention, what's it called, the ARU. Even a lush mountain can have its round wood. No matter how thriving the times, always be people who simply won't learn. If a flourishing era could truly wipe out human laziness and mediocrity, then we'd be marching straight into a dystopian future. Did you notice a towering structure in the Golden Age exhibit that employees quietly call Babel Tower, or Skyreach Tower? It stands as the tallest and most majestic edifice in all of Castelia. Inside, the spiral stairs are fashioned from piano keys and strings. Whenever someone sets foot on them, they guide a variety of instruments to create a mesmerizing melody. Stop a flood of footsteps from turning the harmony into a discordant mess. The tower only allows its music to be triggered in a carefully ordered sequence. Guided by the careful orchestration of multiple composers, the tower's theme changes with every person steps onto it or lingers there. Yet always maintains a measured, harmonious flow. At the same time, it suggests certain individuals with certain steps only create the sound of their own treading discordant, unable to blend into the tower's majestic harmony. This, in my eyes, is the Golden Age. Fredo stands on the street sitting with red dye. Gaze locked on Babel Tower in the near distance. In the future that belongs to her, she first appears right when the tower rises. Back then, Castelli was a hub of scientific advancement. Seeing she was born to another world. Ah, great. Of course. Now, neither the city nor this era is hers anymore. She must wrest control of the contaminating mimetic just to recall fleeting memories of that bygone time. Oh, so what? She's from a dystopian world? A world line? Contaminating mimetic. The most primitive form of punishing virus. It's only a civilization capable of using zero-point energy for it to be born, contaminating civilization's most cutting-edge technology. The current world targeted Castell, but ended up being locked up by it. That the incompletion of the punishing virus on Earth greatly reduces prep. Oh, okay, so that's what this word means. I was wondering because it's like, I don't remember if we had ever used this term before. But I see, that's what it is. So it is, it's like, this is something that would always happen in reaction to a zero-point energy being activated. She recalls her descent, her imprisonment within the mimetic of human nature, how she arrived in this new world, clinging to life in Kratos' body. Even now, much of her past remains lost. Can't remember what led her last failure. She's still influenced by human nature, feeling a surge of desire, praising the tower's monumental presence. It's breathtaking. Puts a lot in place here. Entirely letting the red tide swallow every nook and cranny until the city is consumed by a sea of red. After all, reaping Earth's civilization has always been Agent Zuma's calling. It's about to start. When that time arrives, Chaos, what do you think those two will do? Delicata creature steps out from the corner she's been watching. I've been looking for you. Has Vonnegut changed his plan again? He still aims to tamper with the red tide by gradually wearing me down. To the portion connected to me, right? It'll work, but it'll take forever. Or multiple time we want. Would have looked good at ease, steps close to Chaos, causing him to retreat in caution. But before he's ready for anything, Vonnegut goes ahead and tosses Lucia and that commander straight into my playground. He knows full well what's bound to happen, and that I won't hold back. But he still hurries to push them out ahead of her tower, sending them to their deaths. Don't tell me he's already run the three of you out of his original plan. Chaos doesn't say a word. She just got his word and he's holding on even tighter. Looks like he still won't give up. Well, I'm ready. The city's about to be consumed by the red tide. Including Rose. Why do you care so much about that kid? Even lured that commander just to help her.
It's alright. You're safe too. Stay close so we don't get separated again. I've been worried. Who are these two people? They're the ones who saved me. Oh, and this is... I'm Lucia.
Just call me Xanthos.
Haven't seen you folks around before. How'd you get in? We came through an underground tunnel. Once we got out, we turned around and couldn't find our way back.
Calling yourself time travel isn't exactly a genius move now, but it might help you dig up some info on Constellia.
Underground tunnel. Maybe it's near the underground parking area. I've heard they're still fixing that place up. Where's the underground parking lot anyway? Mind showing me roughly where it is? Okay, but those mercenaries are hanging around nearby, trying to find a way out. You head over, you could end up in a fight.
What's going on? Why did we end up in a fight?
It began as a protest. It was only about a month ago. We got fired. Management wants to cut costs and put more of our tasks in the hands of machines.
Right. Yeah, and then that whole thing backfired on them later. But again, that probably hasn't happened yet.
We really want to keep our job, so we were protesting with everyone else. Because it's actually a pretty decent job. But it didn't take long for some folks to stir up trouble. Went too far, so management brought in mercenaries. We've been stuck in a deadlock for over 10 hours. Then all of a sudden, the disaster contaminant wall goes up. We thought they were about to pull some new tactic, but it turns out they ended up trapping the mercenaries in here with us. After that, everyone's been scrambling over food. As people get hungry enough, they just stop caring about everything else.
Doesn't even finish your sentence before the whole building starts to shake.
An earthquake? There might be a problem with the underground tunnel.
Hurry up and look for the entrance.
We've been hungry for days. If you find a way out, let me know. No matter what, we need to get out of here.
Alright.
They're probably holed up in building D7 over there on the west side. You know, twin tower with the viewing bridge. The water's still running there and the bathrooms work.
How many folks do we have here?
We've got roughly 60 people, though I'm not sure how many can still move. Go with us. Downstairs is flooded with some sort of super toxic liquid. Most folks can't make it through, but I can lead you across. I'm good. If you're heading out, go on. This Scott's probably holed up in D7. I really don't feel like listening to her.
As soon as her caller comes up, she practically can't stop talking.
Ever since she got locked up, it's always the same talk every day. No news from her sister, no news from her sister, and still no news from her sister.
It really seems like she's worried sick about her sister.
It's way more than worry, but you never seen a total meltdown level sitcom before, huh? It's 3 in the morning and I was about to drift off when she suddenly bolted upright and said, "I'm such an idiot. Seriously, if only I messed with my sister more back then." She's never bothered to call or text before, but now that something's gone wrong, she thinks she can reach her sister through me. I mean, what can I do? I'm starving and cranky, and she won't stop complaining. You had a sister like that, would you be able to put up with it?
She opens her mouth but stops herself, weighed down by tangled emotions, says nothing.
Now that everything's gone wrong, she's scared she won't get a chance to see her sister before it's too late. So she's been venting to me non-stop.
At the moment, the art gallery starts shaking violently again.
We're not going to get buried by all this, right?
Come on, stick with us. It's safer that way.
Fine. Yuko's more familiar with that underground parking lot than I am. Once we're there, I'll see what she knows. If there really is an underground tunnel, let's hope we can get out of Constellia before it caves in. Alright, let's go. Why is everything shaking again?
You got a real ominous feeling. We don't get the fuck out of here soon, more lives will be lost. Yuko, you've been staring at the floor. What caught your eye? The last message I got from my sister. Calms down, I can't even tell where she is anymore. I didn't know you had a sister. Never mentioned her before. Yeah, she's caught up in her own business. Never really kept in touch, so it just never came up. Any updates at all? Nothing yet. Signal's still out. Mona, any updates on your end?
No. Comms are still down. You checked 5 times in the past hour. Why not take a break and sit for a bit?
The ground's shaking over here. Can't just keep doing this.
It's not gonna work. But asking over and over won't magically solve anything. If I'd known we were gonna end up stuck in here, I never would have done this. Or asked the boss to send you in, for that matter.
In his words of regret, the person Captain grew more anxious, pacing back and forth. Come on, there's no such thing as if. You folks at Constellia built that wall so over the top, we can't even crack it. Is it really necessary to make it this impenetrable?
Yeah, it's odd. I checked the specs on those disaster containment walls. They're not supposed to be that sturdy.
But somehow they are. Hey, boss! What now? Downstairs is suddenly flooded with some red liquid. Anyone who touches it starts rotting all over. The squad we sent to the underground parking lot still hasn't returned. Got a few folks with rotting legs. Some of ours, and some of theirs. They're up on the 2nd floor. Can't even stand. We also stumbled upon a whole bunch of weird creatures, monsters. They were weirder than anything we've run into before. We should round up a few more hands. At the very least, let's get the ones who can't walk back safely.
This isn't really some twisted reality show, is it? How did things end up like this?
A reality show that triggers an earthquake? Good thing Constella's construction is rock solid. There could be an underground lab below Constellia that's gone off the rails. That would explain the monster showing up again in all that red water. Then a little girl, driven mad by the experiments, crawls out of the facility looking for payback. That was all the time in the movies. And who knows, maybe it actually did happen at some point in this game.
Don't scare me like that. Sure, your theory makes sense, but I literally went to that super accurate church last month and had a great luck blessing. There's no way I'm the one this is going to happen to.
I guess a great luck still counts even if it's in the next life. No matter what happens, we have to rescue them. I know. Can't just abandon them. We can only secure this building and the one directly across. The streets are underwater now. There's no way down there. We'll have to go across the rooftop viewing bridge to reach the other side. Alright, let's split up. Chico, take 2 people and head to the building across the way. I'll go downstairs with the rest of the team. Alright. Chico puts open the infirmary door and steps onto the observation deck. It's quite dark outside and the bitter winter wind carries the promise of snow. On the bridge's edges, the 3 of them look down. It's a veil of night, the streets glow with eerie crimson. It's a very mad world. We need to save people first. As a lightning flash tears across the darkness, crushing against the raging red tide. 2 red tide hetero creatures remain locked in vivid crimson struggle over it for an hour now. Those stiff fingers glide over the strings, weaving a haunting melody that compels hetero creatures to relentlessly charge at chaos. Lying on the force field barrier provided by Vonica, chaos focuses on defense and evasive maneuvers. Each time they collide, the underground tremors intensify. Red tide lets out a sorrowful warning.
I'll devour this city any moment now. Are you really going to keep hiding from me?
That doesn't respond. Just moves the fruit in her hand as the music plays.
No point carrying on like this. I got more interesting things to do.
We're bouncing into one side, casually plucking the strings. Goes over fair neck to chaos, pretending to be completely defenseless. The surge of the sun swirls to a vortex that swallows her up, and into the crack of the street. When she knows there's a trap, chaos can hold back anymore. She refuses to stand by and watches it away, letting catastrophe run its course. When their blades clash, the set of crimson energy far beyond more understanding erupts. Swirling current immediately engulfs both figures born to crimson surge. Carries cradle upward while dropping chaos.
Gotcha at last.
What's above, her eyes fix on chaos and a scarlet mountain below. Like a faint moon watching its own reflection.
do you regret it? You had a better shot if you stayed out of sight. But here you are anyway. You're not going to answer anyway, so let's just finish this.
There's a hand, but I went down on the side. Strange feeling comes to me.
I see.
So she said carefully, realizing the fruit cans was holding got fully lodged in her body with that last blood.
Is this a fragment of your memory? You put it inside me so you could share the Agent Zero's authority, right? Did you get the idea from Alpha and Lucia? Or from Luna and Celine? Vaughn, it looks like you finally made some progress. Congrats. But you made it way too obvious. At least let me stay in the dark a bit longer before catching you up.
No one's outside, but her promise not scheme. Smiling, she puts her fingernails her when it digs up the fruit as he infused her body.
There's still a bit of residue left that I can't totally clean off. But this ought to be enough to handle you.
And the clumsy swings again. By limited guidance, the red tank condenses into a dense bubble of water. And the next instant, back down in the sink with deep cracks in the ground. Like a room for different roll. Eastside Golden Time Court. The ground quakes violently, splitting open to reveal a terrifying chasm. Street yawns, a ravenous mouth swallowing up every last thing on the surface. A red tide bursts from the fissure like a spring, flooding the sunken stream in an instant. While the surging waves and swirling eddies remain, as if the collapse below is far from over.
The underground parking lot is already underwater.
Zero's accumulating her arms flying overhead through this continuously collapsing zone.
Watch out.
Explosive burst shatters the floors. Lucia shoots your head with her arm just as swiftly aside to dodge the crumbling wall. Behind her, thick smoke billows and terrified screams pierce the air without pause.
Commander,
Still won't let go of his protective hands around her.
we have to tackle the core problem first if we have any chance of helping them.
I know. Is there any safe spot left? Let's head that way right now.
I just moved Darcy and Rose to the D7 Twin Observation Tower on the west side. It's higher up and farther from the underground parking lot, so it's still safe for the time being.
We should meet them. Kyo seems really worried about Rose. There could be more going on than we realize.
Got it. Hold on tight, Commander. Watch out.
Rose? Darcy! Darcy's anxious voice echoes through the dark. Stay put. We're on our way. The emergency lamp flickers, so you slow your pace and advance carefully.
What in the fuck?
Glow lights up the path for every step. Scan all your eyes lock on splattered blood and bodies sprawled across the floor.
Bodies?
They're wearing the same gear and uniform, just like those mercenaries looking for trouble earlier. Must be mercenaries of some sort.
What happened? How did so many end up like this? Don't ask me. I was shocked coming over here. It wasn't here yesterday.
Suddenly a flash of lightning shoots up from below, heading straight for Lucia. Swings her sword and move over, slicing the lightning clean in half, exposing what it really is.
Butterfly? What is it? It's hetero creature. They're coming in.
Before Lucia gave her finish, more butterflies surge from the shadows. Darcy, get behind cover with Rose! But you're pulling back behind Lucia, staying back to back of her, supporting her with your covering fire. Swarm butterfly floods into the light surrounding the two of you. Sold straightforward and delicate, relying on their small frames and sheer numbers to overwhelm. Let your guard down, one slips into your blind spot and sticks to you, almost daring you to slice through both in and whoever it clings to. Pull back. 10, 20, 30. Broken wings accumulate around you, creating a crimson circle. Just when you think you're in for a long, gruesome After a grueling standoff, the remaining butterflies suddenly pulled back into the darkness as if they'd been given a direct order. Are you two alright?
I'm okay. What just happened out there? Hetero creatures aren't supposed to be this smart. It's obvious we're their target, which means someone must be controlling them.
You see, it lifts up a fragment of the butterfly wing, also goes through a mega core and engages the Pyro's phrase phantom tracing system. Find anything yet?
So it really is Cradle. She's the one who made these butterfly-like hetero creatures.
This whole district is now her stronghold.
There must be an underground crack linked to the Inver-Hetero Tower. That's likely why the red tide rolled in so fast.
We won't solve anything by stalling. Can't keep the red tide at bay, so we need to head back to the tower.
If it's really below us, submerged like that, there's no way you'll make it through.
If it comes down to it, you head back to the tower first. No sense staying stuck here, right?
Okay, I'll hurry and locate the rift leading back to the Inver-Hetero Tower, then find a way for both of us to get in.
Let's split up then. What's wrong?
There's a live signal. Human, armed, heading upstairs. Doesn't look like this person's with the mercenaries. I'm also detecting other signs of human presence in the building. Could it be Yuko or other colleagues? Possibly, but aside from that, I'm picking up signals of other hetero creatures on the upper floors. They're acting strange. I suspect Kratos is close by.
Let's divide our task. I'll take care of whoever's upstairs. Standard hetero creature won't pose much of a threat to me. We need to move quickly.
Okay, let's establish a regional comm link. Whatever happens, don't cut off communication. Stay connected at all times.
Alright. Once the comm link is up, this here goes over here.
I'm off. Stay safe.
Don't worry about me. Lucia? The answer to those words is an unexpected high.
Commandant.
It's obvious why she's worried. She spent so long reliving loop after loop in the Inver-Hetero Tower that her body's riddled with lingering side effects. Vivid memories of those shifting pathways, warped spaces, and the onslaught of mind interference and illusions, along with the looming threat of death, still haunt her. Now completely unprepared, you've landed in a strange city overwhelmed by catastrophe, right into the enemy's carefully laid trap. No one can be sure what might happen next. Discomfort and promises turn to lies, embrace and touch become the sole means to comfort one another. I'm right here. I was around you time a little more.
You protect yourself first. Just remember, only by solving the root problem can you hope to keep everyone safe. And the key is about to get broken. I guess it maybe has 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1.
I get it. My safety comes first, no matter what.
Okay, I'm off. Stay put until I get back. If anything goes wrong, shout for me.
Of course. Damn, I only get 1 use of the key left. I wish I at least saw like a montage of like everything we've been through in the tower.
早く異常箇所をコンステリアが飲まれる前に。
またお会いしましたね、ルシア。宝探しですか？
よ羽ばたけ。いけ。カラスバのように壁、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。赤潮はここだけじゃない。本気で飲み込ませるつもりですね。
いかがです？異常はありましたか？見つかったとしてどう対処します？指揮官を頼みに忌々しいカイウスに助けてもらえます？
集え暁の光。それ。翼よ羽ばたけ。いけ。カラスバのように壁、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。扉がロックされています。近くに制御装置があるはず。扉が開きました。コレドールの赤潮拡大を阻止しないと。集え暁の光。いけ。先に下がってください。集え暁の光。翼よ羽ばたけ。黎明のように貫け。翼よ羽ばたけ。当たれ。カラスバのように輝き、翼よ羽ばたけ。カラスバのように輝き、翼よ羽ばたけ。当たれ。いけ。先に下がってください。当たれ。いけ。集え暁の光。翼よ羽ばたけ。カラスバのように壁、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。集え暁の光。それ。翼よ羽ばたけ。 葉のように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。先に下がってください。彼方まで超えゆけ。行け。当たれ。集え暁の光。翼よ羽ばたけ。翼よ羽ばたけ。行け。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。翼よ羽ばたけ。翼よ羽ばたけ。先に下がってください。
一つご提案です。証を引いてあげますから、カイウスを捕まえるかおびき寄せてくださいません？
お断りです。あなたもカイウスもあの代行者も誰も逃しません。
ええ、あなたならできるでしょう。ですが、移住強盗の影響範囲内であることをお忘れなく。何度殺されても私は不死の身なのです。
She is the first Agent Zero, hit by Dominic to send up on our time. Never hit her tower core level. Photograph remains quiet. His eyes fixed on the dome that scrambles out of the rift and returns to the tower. Opens his palm, revealing a tiny fruit dorming in life. Time to face the reality. This is the final fruit. Its creation always takes a toll on your memory. You've already witnessed what happens when there's no key.
Did you already expect me to fail again this time?
Exactly. But if there's even one approach we ever tried, I know you'd never agree to let that commandant act as bait, right? This will affect your memory. It's your final fallback. The red tide outside is still surging. Unfortunately, Link is only way to keep Cradle under control. If you manage to disrupt the Agent Zero, Cradle's original memory will take over. You've spoken with her before, so you know there's still a chance to reason with her memory. Even in the worst outcome, Lucia just has to use her key again and return to the moment you first entered Constellia.
Her key has reached its limit. Nothing left to use.
So have you.
I can't handle her authority. It only sent Agent Zero spiraling even more. Once those two see what happens, they won't hesitate to follow the route you set, even if it means spending their own lives.
So, do we have another option?
Takes a fragment of Chaos's memory, dumping in her hand like a warm limp heart. Why did it still have to end up like this?
To clash of combat, going for the terminal, Darcy, Rose, and you make your way to the third floor. As soon as you set foot on the floor, a shaking woman jumps out, gun raised at you.
Release Rose. Have you seriously fallen so far that you use a young girl as a hostage?
No, enough of your excuses. If I get a common word, a flash flares from your gun. Rush over and knock the gun from her hand. I got metal on the floor, going just as the bullet smashes the exhibit farther inside.
You. Hold on, that's Yuko. Darcy, don't tell me you actually led these people over here just for a few cookies. Even if you.
We're not here to hurt you. We just want to team up with everyone and work together. Believe me, that's the person hiding in the corner to step forward too.
Then go with me first, okay?
To an observation tower, rocks back and forth as Darcy wraps up her account of what happened to you, Connie, a man standing behind her.
That sums it up. Oh, and the guy behind Yuko, we'll just call him Barley. Poor guy's had the worst luck. He's from a well-off family and only took this job to see what it's like. He joined our protest just for kicks, and look where that got him.
Hey.
The underground parking. It goes pretty far down, up to the 12th level, I think. But most of it is still being built and isn't done yet. You mean it's totally flooded, so I guess that place is a no-go. Any other way around?
Right. So first, Lucia's around, she immediately pick up on it.
What are you staring at?
It's nothing. Are there any other survivors nearby? Some employees are still hiding elsewhere. Leaves only those mercenaries, doesn't it? The red tide is still rising. Let's get to higher ground. What's the red tide? It's basically a thick red sludge. Its concentration doesn't stay consistent. Whenever it comes into contact with water, it thins out. No matter what form it takes, it's packed with viruses that can be deadly to humans.
That sounds like a giant German snot. Do you have to make it sound so gross? Fine.
Besides that underground parking lot we were just talking about, you notice any other weird spots lately? This place is weird enough as it is. Apart from the blockade walls, you sometimes hit these unseen resistance. I guess an ultra-clear rock solid sheet of glass right in front of you.
So there's something like this on the blockade wall as well, huh?
Found like it's force field barrier?
What?
Nah, that's just my own guess.
Wait, don't tell me you're actually investigators from the Umbrella Corporation. Or whatever that is.
Afraid not.
But from the way you're throwing out those guesses, it's like you know something.
Boy. Better let me keep that gun.
Alright. That was our final shot. I found this gun with just one bullet left inside.
You knew that. You really shouldn't have pulled the trigger so fast.
You're not gonna believe this, but I got all worked up and hit the trigger by mistake.
I do.
Okay, let's move out while we store the energy to tackle these damn stairs. Not sure my sister can manage it. Shut it. I'm done listening to you. Darcy, it's normal to worry about your family. She's really not like that.
Hey, you guys. 4 of you are caught in a whirlwind at the bait. So before you stop, you make your way to the floor-to-ceiling window along the 3rd floor corridor and look down the street. In faint moonlight, the red tide shimmers with vivid shifting colors like the stare of the dead. Since arriving at the D7 Twin Observation Tower, the water has risen by roughly half a meter and is already swallowing the steps. The red tide is held back by the disaster containment wall at the street's edge. No sign of spilling through. So far it hasn't spread beyond Constellia. But that means it won't be long before it floods the ground floor. Disturbs the whole district and ensures no one makes it out alive. For during the golden era, putting up a disaster containment wall that could hold back the red tide in the art-centric district feels way too ahead of its time. This appears to be Vonnegut adding another layer of defense with a force field. Is that damn agent really worried about the red tide spilling over? Is there something else on his mind? How long do these force fields hold? Do they run underground, keeping out any red tide that might seep through the cracks after a collapse? The red tide, golden age, Castelia? A grim warning has come to life.
Looking at how these fissures stretch across the ground, it really can send the red tide into either the past or the future. And when you were badly hurt and everything went dark, did you see it too?
Yeah, it's almost dreamlike. I think the sudden red tide at Bully Forest Park after that fight probably has the same root cause.
It really did just spring up without warning back then, and we never saw it coming. Like we missed something obvious.
Just like that conservation area.
If this keeps up, are things going to get even worse?
I'm not entirely sure.
The world's basically over and you're still telling me to rein it in? Give me a break.
Hey, shut it. Nah, I'm just wondering how you've got enough energy to keep talking. You've been sneaking food behind our backs, have you?
So even a rich kid like you needs to worry about food or water, just like us. Makes me think this whole apocalypse might not be so bad after all. We're all about to die and you're still caught up in that. How about figuring out how to handle this mess instead?
Can't be fixed. Mine's only just back to the Infraheader Tower where Lucia taps into her Pyro's frame's power to find the traces Vonnegut never managed to erase. Right at the heart of the red tide. This tower was originally her masterpiece, and my core simply... There's 4 flickers in the scattered records. Who we speaking to remains a mystery. After Lee from Grey Raven altered the tower's core, it became almost impossible for her to get anywhere near it. She keeps reclaiming that's rightfully hers in her own way, even if we try infiltrating using the red tide. We can't match how fast she strikes back. We let our guard down and she manages to she'll unleash that era's... The records Vonnegut bows his hand, speaks in a voice that's starkly clear. After all, she is the first Agent Zero, named by Dominic, who descended upon our time. Cradle, Agent Zero, named by Dominic, left her era, leaving countless unanswered questions in her wake. But after seeing her abilities firsthand, the claim that Cradle is Agent Zero feels much more believable. That really is the case, and according to the scant clues in those incomplete records, the disaster she's set to unleash could be even more perilous than the red tide. It's so dire that even that overconfident agent who always seems to have the upper hand admits there's no way to solve it. Just what could it be? Babylonia's current firepower and preparations, can they truly face a calamity that even Vonnegut himself couldn't overcome?
It is too late.
In a dream, a small doll-like fusion creature kneels on the floor of the Infraheader Tower.
So I really can't do anything after all.
Her voice resonates like collective sighs, like many are speaking in unison.
Why have I pushed myself to this point?
Scarlet tears run down the doll's cheeks, falling into the crevices. Even in her panic, she keeps trying to mend those cracks as if she could sew the Infraheader Tower back together to stop its blood from spilling.
But we're out of time. It's too late.
Cradle warns, so long as she's under the tower's influence, she can't be killed for good. The fruit might still linger, and Lucy has the upper hand in the fight, and so she's powerless against a creature that revives over and over in the red tide. Two battle for hours, and by the time night settles in, you find yourselves ushering in the new year to the creature's fading hours.
Don't rush things. The red tide on the ground still isn't ready. You can't head down there yet. Even if you decide to leave, I'll block your way. And that commander will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. The only path you can take is the one I've laid out. Unless you're ready for a choice, Lucia. Team up with me and kill chaos. I told you, I won't let you or Vonnegut's people off the hook.
She grips her pyro katana and lunges again. But quickly steps back several paces, fingertips dancing across the strings. She echoes like a million lament, as if they're dead for a red tide. I'll be right back, give me a second. Sorry about that. I've seen memory corrupting tricks like these 100 times over in the overhead of her tower. Swings her sword and shines a haze of illusions before her, then charges straight at Cradle. Guess those never-ending illusions are all part of your trick. That's right, because the moment you laid eyes on the commandant's death, you gave away your biggest weakness. Didn't you? Peter ducks under the slash using the streamline as a springboard. Looks behind Lucy with effortless grace and murmurs in a teasing tone. But if I'm gonna finish off that target, I gotta get past you first. Little interference in minds can easily pull off the same trick, assuming there's no mind connection. She's playing really skewers the hand that's still grinning. Her sword chases the falling form until it disintegrates in the surge of wind. In an instant, the entire suit shudders. Back split the pavement for the black sparkling one and race straight to Lucia's feet. About to jump clear of the glass where she spots what's below. Looking beneath the torn ground, starches in the ground, it's already been swallowed by the red tide. Perilous shortcuts right in front of Lucia. Credo isn't back on her feet yet. Lucy jumps to the red tide and formed abyss now. Credo just might reach the Inverheadera Tower again. Commandant. He explains where she's about to lose contact. I managed to put Cradle out of commission for the moment. The entrance to the tower is probably beneath the surface, so I have to go down there before she comes back. Diving into the red tide will fry my terminal, but I promise I won't be gone long. Be careful out there. I will. The Arc of Decay. Oh, I'm already almost done with the Commandant's perspective. Damn, okay, so this is gonna be a long one. And that commander will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. Rotten wood? Glance up at the folks, Cradle labels rotten wood. They're all looking at each other terrified. So, any conclusions yet? There's no way we have one yet. I thought just finding that corpse on the second floor was enough to freak anyone out. But seriously? That weird red tide, hetero creature or whatnot just showed up downstairs. And now there's one on the 7th floor as well? And that person back there looks like they've been dead for days. Hold on. Isn't that the merc who sneaked in 3 nights ago to wipe our cookies? Yeah, I was wondering why he hadn't shown up for days to steal our stuff. So he's dead? Maybe the mercenaries turned on each other. My guess was the hetero creature. The torn spots on his clothes show rotting flesh. It's winter. There's no way things would decay this fast. You seem pretty skilled. You a cop or something? Yeah. So, what's your real reason for being here? If you're lost, this is our way out, isn't it? Well, barely know who they are, so there's no guarantee they'll buy into any of your time travel talk. The bigger issue is, even if you manage to spell it all out and tell them what's coming, you can't begin to guess what that might lead to. When everything went down, we ended up stuck in the subway tunnel after the train shut off. We've been hunting for an exit ever since. The subway? But isn't that way too far from here? I'm not really sure what's going on under the ground. My terminal's lost its signal. Before I knew it, I somehow wound up here. Got to the body on the floor to exchange where he looks before finally turning your gazes this way. You're a cop, so you're probably better at investigating and taking the lead than any of us. What's our next move? Let's head for higher ground if we can. The red tide down there is dangerous. It's dangerous up there too. I even spotted some mercenaries who just died. Good. The fewer of them, the better. Maybe that fancy custom robot took them out. What? When we first got stuck here, a high-end custom robot shows up to talk with Yoku. Right. It's been days since we run to that invincible robot Yoku. Did she tell you anything? No, I have no idea. An invincible robot? She's kind of like... She's just a robot, you know. Some rich folks like to make them look like their favorite characters. Sometimes they'll even do chores or act as bodyguards, but that's pretty much it. Really? I recall you had one with you. Wasn't her name Lucia? She was impressive, able to handle just about anything in a fight. Seriously? A robot that can take on anything? Even those hetero creatures? Yuka's been lethargic all along, suddenly looks up her wide eyes. She's not a robot. She's my partner. Wait, are you serious? But that getup she's wearing, it's obviously a custom paint job, right? Plus, uses this year's hottest design trend.
this year's hottest design trend? Yep, I come across loads of these requests from freelance sites.
I see. World Government Association Wide even said this frame's gonna bring back the Golden Age's glory when they were designing its code. So I must have looked up some old data for inspiration.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because it is a completely different look from like the stuff we wear now. Now, Robe. Where's Miss Lucia now?
She's downstairs taking care of the other header creatures and looking for an escape route. We just need to hold on a little longer. I'll handle whatever's upstairs. By the way, are you sure that robot hasn't gone nuts from the infection?
No, she's the same as Chaos. There's no danger for her at all. Rose, didn't I say to stop mentioning that monster?
You know Chaos? Don't worry, Rose. Go ahead. Tell me.
I can't exactly say I know her.
Choosing your words with caution.
I only spot her dashing and chatting now and then. I did ask her name once.
Anything else? Why now does she realize they're all glaring at her with revulsion? Has Chaos done something terrible to them? Why do you all hate that name so much?
It's a monster. I bet you see someone's skin decayed as they touched her.
I mean, it is a hetero creature after all.
Yoku says that monsters are far more dangerous than the occasional street creatures or those berserk work machines. Didn't you just get here? And how do you already know its name?
I heard Rose mention it when I got here. Caught a glimpse of her. I never had a chance to ask. Rose looks ahead to the side like she's trying to recall whether she ever mentioned Chaos by name. Luckily he doesn't ask forever. About that robot. Any idea where she is? Have a set of hands would be a big help.
Yuko, you're close with her. Got any leads?
Takes her head away and remains silent for a long moment. So when the building starts to shake up, that she finally speaks.
I don't know. You two aren't fighting, are you? Fight with a robot? Well, it's an advanced custom robot with personality data. It's bound to have its own quirks. Arguing with people isn't all that surprising, right?
So, what does it look like? Does it have a name?
Name? Never heard Yuko bring it up. She's a young girl with black braided pigtails wearing a green cloak.
Are you serious? Oh god. Got my hope that just surfaced for eyes. Great cradle. Are you serious? You want to ask more questions, but hold your tongue. Not sure about her ties to Cradle, or she's already planted the wrong ideas in these people's minds. Playing out that you know the truth wouldn't gain you allies, even if you managed to explain everything. Trying to clarify would only stir up more complications. It's just, you can't believe you almost let such a vital piece of information slip by unnoticed. Cradle clearly has the means to reach this city ahead of schedule. That's why Vonga put up the force field barrier. She's likely been in contact with these folks for quite some time. Since she calls them rotten wood, you're guessing they won't spill any important intel. Stan Barley, who's been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. You look like you know that monster pretty well. Well... Hey, don't you think this is weird? This isn't the first time we ran into those creepy, twisted hetero creatures. We ran into something like them a few days back, right? Still don't know why they appear. Sure, they look scary, but they haven't actually attacked anyone. And you... Didn't you say those bodies were taken out by those hetero creatures? But wasn't it the dead mercenaries struck at us first? No, they were just... I don't care how those things operate. I wouldn't get it anyway. I've only got, like, one question. Why did everything go completely off the rails the second you appeared? Do you understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation? You might say it's because human nature is ugly. Fine. Think that if you want. But unless you grasp the real cause, you repeat the same mistakes in actual combat. The tougher the conditions, the more people start mistrusting everything. Their fear and suspicion will turn even would-be rescuers into threats in their eyes. So what's waiting at the far end of fear? Anger. It's a built-in survival instinct. Anyone can reach a breaking point under enough pressure. Calm them down first and everything else will fall into place. Xanthos, you performed well this time. You'll be in charge of the next simulation test. Unknown threats, fear, anger. It's true. I've been so focused on the Red Tide infiltrating the Golden Age that I haven't explained anything yet.
And that commander will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood.
So this is exactly what you had in mind, isn't it, Cradle? They really are just ordinary people. We shouldn't involve them in such complicated matters. Besides, messing with what's already happened could cause serious problems. The idea isn't wrong. We shouldn't skip communicating with them either. Alright. Everyone look at you uneasy, you let out a small sigh. You're just about to say I really should explain a few things to everyone when the twin observation tower suddenly starts shaking again. Great kid, especially hard causing the lights to flicker on and off.
Hey, did you guys hear that creepy noise?
Darcy's voice is shaking uncontrollably. We found out your secret. You're gonna shut us up for good, right? How? Hang on. Be careful. Those footsteps belong to the hetero creatures. You hear them on the upper stairs. Sounds like they're on the 10th floor coming down. The whole place should pick up a rushing noise like a wave about to crash. Quick, head upstairs. Now!
But there's something freaky up there.
The red tide below is even more dangerous. Stick with me. I'll take care of those creatures. What makes you think we have to listen to you? I'm the only one who knows how this monster works. I'll fill you in once we're safe. Even though they're unsure, they push through the darkness.
Hold on.
It's like every disaster is colliding at this exact moment with Yuko's horrified look signaling that something terrible is about to unfold.
Where's Rose? Where did she go?
Shit! Could it be one of those hetero creatures?
You don't think that monster called Chaos took Rose, do you?
She can't have gone far. Let's split up and find her. Hurry up! We're running out of time.
Seriously? We're half dead from hunger. How fast do you think we can move? Just making it to the stairs has already wiped me out.
Forget that kid. Keep this up and we'll all end up dead. Plus, there might be some scheme to split us up. I just don't want to leave anyone behind. 3 minutes. If we don't find them by then, we'll regroup at the stairs. We're heading up together. Fuck. Fine.
Now I'll check downstairs. You guys search this floor. And don't forget the bathroom. What about you?
I'm going upstairs. Where could Rose have gone? What snatched her away? Why didn't she cry out? She not even get the chance to scream? Chaos. The name Rose mentioned, a very familiar one at that. The thoughts are racing as you dash up the stairs. The moment you reach the 8th floor, you spot a drop of vivid red blood at your feet. To examine. Still fresh. Can't tell if it's Rose, but at least it means whoever's hurt hasn't gone far. Speed up tracing the bloodstains deeper into the expansive silent hall. In the trail, you find a hairpin lying quietly in the corner. Roses. Cold dread cells in your chest as though you plunge into ice. Take your grip on your gun and cautiously move toward the corner where the hairpin rests. Use the wall as a shield, you quickly pivot and take aim at whatever enemy might. The gloom rows of bodies suspended from the chandelier overhead in a grotesque. Oh my god. Rose! Her head hangs low. The flesh on her face and neck is decaying. By 2 huge handprints. Some hetero creature grabbed her by the neck and smothered her. And then. Shit. Some footstep pierces the stillness. You whirl around to find a figure who haunts your dreams lurking in the shadow. Suddenly looks up at the corpse hanging overhead, too stunned to move. Did you do this? What are you doing here? She carefully holds out a small transparent box with an apple-shaped fruit inside. This is for me. What's this? Just tell me. I know you can talk, Chaos.
It's part of the hetero creature's memory.
Why'd you give me this?
Kratos been itching to get your memories. You go ahead and eat it, she might just end up swallowing both it and you together.
Ah, wow. So, a sacrifice I would have to make. Again. So, I'm like the cheese on a mousetrap. So, what exactly does it do? It's quiet as though she's asking, are you really prepared to face this ending? I'll decide whether to eat it or not, but you have to spell out what I stand to gain or lose.
If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse with Credo, making separation almost impossible. That way I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the red tide. It's connected to the Inverhetero Tower, so it won't change even if time is reversed. Whatever happens, good or bad, sticks around. It's like recovering old data, unless she manually wipes it out. But if you swallow this fruit, you're guaranteed to die. No human can survive taking in a hetero creature's memory like that.
Right. You mentioned you could hold her. You hold her in check if all goes well. What happens if it doesn't?
People's memories are huge and take ages to digest. But if luck's on your side, you can spot this chat between us from the beginning. And before it's too late, she could extract the fruit. In that case, we'd lose. There'd be no way to contain her anymore.
In short, we're taking a gamble here.
We discussed so much, but you've forgotten it all. Do you really still believe in all this?
But at least I remember you. I know exactly who you are. So you're telling me all this, you must be trying to stop the red tide, right? Hand it over. Look up the chaos. Or you take the small box from her and shrill screamer up to the exhibit hall entrance. Oh, my bad.
What are you doing?
I was starting to worry about how long you were taking to get here. The red tide's already flooded the 7th floor.
What did you get from that monster? That thing? Hold on. Where'd it go?
As it's gone, leave no trace behind.
Where's Rose?
Well, no time to say anything. Because he smells Rose's body suspended in the air.
She was all ready. You took something from that monster and then killed her?
Just listen to me! There's no time to get the words out before someone else's fist slams in. There's an automatic act of self-defense, and in an instant, the attacker is already pinned to the floor. This jerk!
Let me finish! When I got here, she's already...
The rage and fear drive to the brink. Followed by unfathomable catastrophe, imminent death is pent up emotion over a single furious impulse. She then knives and turns on him.
Darcy, enough already!
Blood sprays. It doesn't catch you, locked in your own struggle, but sinks into Yuko instead.
I knew it. You really betrayed us. Those corpses. You're behind them too.
Yuko doesn't deny it. Just clutches her side, wincing in pain as she staggers backward a few steps. Positions herself next to you importantly. Darcy breaks out completely, crying out as she dashes frantically up the stairs. Watch out! There are hetero creatures up there! Let's go!
Go. I'm already.
Let me carry you. The red tide is about to surge in.
Still.
Shut up. Barley, stay behind me. I'll explain everything about Rose and Chaos later. But not now. But the ground, Barley nods her gritted teeth. Yuko stops resisting and allows herself to be carried on your back. Let's go. Barley, you lift Yuko onto your back and agonized cry tears through the air from the stairway where Darcy is. And there's the thud of someone rolling down the steps and vanishing into the red tide. Darcy! Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Of course you're getting the hell out. You two are nothing but monster-loving traitors. So he whips out a gun from out of nowhere and aims at you, then quickly tilts it downward to aim at the helpless Yuko. Suddenly the gunshots of a different caliber ring out all at once. Bullets are through Barley's chest and back, and he drops to the floor with blood streaming from his mouth, nose, and wound. Who's there? It's me. I noticed he was about to attack you, so...
A mercenary? What are you up to this time?
We need to head upstairs right away. The red tide's almost here.
No. Just go. I'll keep this guy busy.
She presses a hand over her wound and forces herself upright. So she's about to pour all her pent-up anger into the figure before her. The mercenary just stands there.
Go. Hurry.
Seconds forward, almost collapsing at the mercenary's feet. Only then does the mercenary finally take off her protective mask.
Yuko. It's me.
Oh, I was wondering if it actually was the Chico that I was thinking of. I couldn't tell.
why are you here?
What? How can you transform into a butterfly? Oh, I'm almost done with this part, damn. Having dispatched the header creature in front of her, Chico carefully lowers Yuko. It's behind her back.
We got 14 more floors before we hit the great highest observation deck. Take a quick break. Yuko's wound won't stop bleeding.
Okay, let's take a break then. Further up we go, the more those creatures will run into. Thanks for everything along the way, Chico.
If you want to thank me, then first tell me what's going on here. You look like you've got more info than I do.
Sure. Give a rundown on the Red Tide, the Hetero creatures, the punishing bars, and what's happening outside Constellia. Both listen carefully.
It doesn't look like this disaster will blow over in a year or so.
Yeah.
This is only the start of the crisis. So how come you know all this? And why are you calling me Chico instead of Kirishima?
If I said it, I'd just returned from the future. Would you buy it?
Sure. I don't see any other explanation. You're really from the future. Does that mean you can still turn things around in Constellia and save us? The key is about to get broken. I guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, I might only have 1.
I can't guarantee that.
Since you've arrived here from the future, you must already know what our fate will be today, right?
Yeah. Neither of you will die here. In the future, both you and your sister will become constructs. Yuko joins the support force, but you join the purifying force.
Not bad at all. So what happens after that?
You rise to vice captain and earn everyone's trust. Then during one of your search operations, you killed in action.
Did my sacrifice give everyone else the opportunity they needed?
You managed to hold off the catastrophe, save your friend, and with your help, we also got our hands on some critical intel.
Great. Looks like I gotta make sure I pulled through today. If I drop here, I won't be of any use to anyone. Sis, you... Nothing surprising there. Mom is that way, and so am I. They said I saw your wound, I got it. Those who are cornered often cling to sacrifice as their proudest virtue.
Damn, finally more Chico. Because that was the kind of bad part, that it was like they didn't give Chico enough time to like really sink in about it. So it's like, it's interesting seeing it from here in the perspective of another timeline. As Red Tide floods the tunnel below, leaving Lucia nearly blind. Her senses dulled by the punching vice's intense concentration, she follows her scouted route as the forward to the whirling tide. You off all these hurdles, a familiar red silhouette breaks through the tide with ease.
Cradle!
As it whips around, her blade erupting with a sharp clang that lingers in the air. It cycles back, but in the blink of an eye, swings its scythe again with a scornful chuckle. In a crimson surge, both blades clash and strain, vibrating until they unleash a shrill, prolonged ring. The passion reverberates and echoes, circling over and over without pause. Last the surging red tide engulfs every piercing sound, turning them into a low, ominous roar.
The fruit residue is finally wiped out. Now I'm done holding back.
As I skims the cosmic sheath, sharp gleams sparkling the red glow of Lucia's eyes. A fluid lips on her wound, stretched into a thin strand by a swift movement, dissolves the endless red tide.
Out of the way!
Thrusters ignite in a brilliant blaze. Lucia narrows her eyes and slashes, making Kratos' tide offensive. When Kratos slips back in the flicker, Lucia surges forward to confront her head on. As her blade high, she slices through the surging flow in a bright flash that illuminates everything around her.
So, you're that eager to ditch your command and head back to the Hetero Tower on your own?
Lucia stays silent. The blade flashing like a fierce storm turned into the water bit by bit, moving to surge back together as if mending a wound. The deeper she goes, the heavier the pressure the red tide becomes. Kratos scatters when their blades clash, behind a derisive laugh. When the enemy disappears again, Lucia just stands and dives even further down. The red tide quickly soars into a new human shape. Her side once more poised right behind us.
You really think that commander is safe just because I'm here?
Savage surge of murderous intent tears through the construct's awareness. twice on the spine, plays a bright warning ring. Laser will not stop, propelling it away from the foe in a flash. This time, Greta refrains from charging in. Fix her wrist, sending her scythe into a sweeping arc while her body touches backward under its weight. All the while, Radiant Grin remains fixed on her.
Come on. Show me whether the blood you've wrung from the Hetero Tower can flood every corner Constellia.
In the midst of her swift descent, Lucia abruptly stops. Katana materializes in her left hand. She swirls around, bringing both blades up in front of her. Overhead, Kratos' feature lies shrouded in darkness. Swirling crimson current wraps around the scythe's blade. Just as the consort raises her blade, the humanoid Hetero creature now hefts her weapon in the same manner. The dagger vertebrates through both blades, demolishing any defense with a resounding clash. The scythe's tip tears open a savage gash across Lucia's chest. Complex mechanical systems rupture in an instant, shards flying from her torso.
Looks like today's the day you meet your end.
Lucia grips his sword hilt firmly, his stare fixed on Kratos' face. Flying an echo around him, fades into the relentless world of red time. Three forge ahead, rockets rattling with every strength. Chico trade off the severely injured Yuko as you ascend the exhibit stairs without pause.
We're almost at the top floor.
The time behind you rushes up the stairs in a flash. You hear thunder.
The red tide is closing in on the top floor too.
Harsh roar echoes through the air as the building front wall splits open and a twisted giant claw wedges itself into the crack. The roar tears through it again. Creatures snarl in pain as they crash to the ground, tumbles under relentless red tide. Stay close to me! Two shots echo across the field, sending the Hetero creatures in a way toppling off the either side. The tide swallows and dissolves its creation, sending it into the skyscrapers. But the safety climbs endlessly upward, following the echo of footsteps shaking the stairway silence. Lift, aim, bullet trigger. The shot rings out, another Hetero creature vanishes in an instant. Relentless gunfire leaves your arms tingling with numbness. Mentally track the dwindling ammo in the distance to free them. On the left side gives way in an instant, and the nimble monster pounces with its claws outstretched. As her jaw snap with a pistol in your hand, but you already aimed at its throat, you shake up around. To get advantage of the forward rush with nowhere left to run, Monster's neck collides with the shining blade. Tearing out blood spatters across your face as the creature's head detaches and tumbles free. Chico starts forward, kicking aside the headless corpse in her path. One hand she stays the wounded person on her back, and the other grabs your arm, hauling you clear of the surging red tide. Exhaustion dissolves. Reload, aim, and pull the trigger. The bullet erupts from the chamber, tearing straight through the end of his body. Bullets rip overhead, monsters cry in torment, panic screams echo. Behind it all roars a blast, so intense, it feels like you can split your head open. Sounding out into a sweeping, pulse-pounding symphony. The tower's windows suddenly reflect the desperate scramble of those racing for safety.
We're nearly at the top floor. As soon as we get through the door on the top floor, we can make it to the viewing bridge.
Since their promise of hope, it's the final countdown where there's nowhere left to run.
What if the red tide rushes to the observation bridge? Then what?
Is there any higher ground left?
No. If that's how things are, then what are we gonna do?
Down the box Kados just gave you. Driving Hetero creature's fruit is alive.
If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse with her, making separation almost impossible. That way I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the red tide.
Except,
no human can survive taking in a Hetero creature's memory like that.
you really gonna stake your life on this?
The key is about to get broken. I guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1.
Glance over your shoulder. Several monstrous Hetero creatures have climbed their way out of surging red tide, all vying for the exit. Shit! The ambushing creatures unleash piercing cries before tumbling back into the tide one by one. Grabbing to dodge their attack, she could lose her footing and goes rolling down the steps. The attack surges closer, not just a step away. At the bottom of the stairs, Chico's leg twists at a grotesque angle, leaving her unable to stand on her own. To the deafening ears, Chico forces herself up. Apparently an instinct, she raises her arms and hoists her young sister to safety.
No, I'll pull you up.
Took us to stand, fish one leg for her abdomen. Down the feet. Both of you, take my hand! As racing, your voice quivers as you force your words out. For help, features the distressed figure, a swarm of shadowy butterflies burst out from behind both of them. flies gently across the churning waters, settles near Yuko's ear, and conveys its master's command in a barely audible whisper. Then, as though it's threatening, butterfly's proboscis drives through Chico's shoulder. Blood pours down thick, pill-like stream. Chico! Fine drag Chico up and guide her to the bridge entrance. At the same time, Yuko collapses on the steps. She's about to meet her end. She watches the red butterflies. The red butterflies ignore and fly straight at you and Chico. If we don't move now, we'll never make it! Those words showed Yuko awake. Jerome, she struggles to stand, and under the butterfly's watchful gaze makes a desperate dash toward the exit at the topmost level. Together, the three of you step into the highest point, and offers no way back. Night remains dark and oppressive. On the windless observation bridge, red butterflies soar in the air, looming up as close as the bloody tide below. They make no move to launch a futile attack, so they seem to linger on the bridge, reading what final stance the trio will take. In the end, you're back into a dead end. There's no escaping this grim fate. Days, it feels like you're already trapped in this Inverheader Tower, facing the same desperate chase and bloodshed. Yeah, I've been killed like this more times than I can remember. But at the end of each tragedy, Lucia is always right there beside you. Every time she goes from panic to calm, ready to take everything in stride. And the moment finally arrives, and her face stays locked in a mix of grief and fury. Where is Lucia now? Did she get into the Inverheader Tower? Is there any way to roll back time before she stepped inside? If the tower's timeline is synced with yours, then once you're pulled back in, does that mean Constellia will remain swallowed by this red tide for good? Try to distract yourself with scattered thoughts, but you can't shake off the darkest possibility. Will Lucia still be able to return? But thinking you clutched the fruit Chaos gave you. She warned you you'd die for sure if you ate it. There's some chance it could rain in Cradle. I'm at my wit's end. Maybe I should just do it here. Lucia? Are you really leaving her to handle this all by yourself again? Yuko! You were crying to see Yuko down all fours at the bridge's edge, surrounded by swarms of butterflies to see to hold her hostage. Stay back. I can't. He suddenly swallows the rest of her words, letting them spill out his tears. Easy, Yuko. They haven't gone after you yet. Don't provoke them. But you call me to put your dagger and inches closer. She trembles, gently shaking her head as her eyes dart toward her dart between the two people standing in front of her. Get down! Fire a rapid series of shots to push back the butterflies around her, and for another swarm surge in right away. As you intend, the butterfly swarm over Yuko. It's like a heartbeat hesitation, Wanda plunges its proboscis straight into her eye. Stay calm. Coming closer. Torn by the agony, Yuko tears the butterfly from her face. Puts her hands to rot almost instantly. Please. Begging you. Just leave me behind. There's another level across the bridge. Let's hurry. The red tide's still rolling in. The butterflies won't spare us. Don't give up now. However, your dagger and catch Yuko by a random in the observation. Hang on a little more. There might still be a chance. Chance. Lean on me. We. Your words, a sudden jolt of pain runs through her chest. Huh? There's a strange slender needle plunges it into her own heart. I'm sorry. Sorry. Do you understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation? Memories from the old days flashed through your mind. You. Cradle. That should be enough, right? And that commander will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotted wood. Please, just let her go already. Both on the bridge scatter all at once as though echoing this last mournful cry. That line. So that's what it truly meant. Through a blurred vision, she reaches for the long needle again. You. Blood rushes from her torn lung into her mouth and nose, making it impossible to breathe. Sit down now. Just focus on stopping that bleeding. She goes arms aside and stagger toward the edge of the observation bridge. Collapse there as the red tide creeps dangerously close. It's not necessary. Right now we're both gone with no one left to turn. Then, can't afford to
wasted. Just had to gamble everything on this.
Grit your teeth against the searing pain, take out the fruit from your pocket, sit down with a taste of bloodstone on your tongue. Then you set your sights on the crimson door before you. To a motion, you hurl yourself forward. Can't tell how long passes, but the thunderous crash of the tide slowly fades. Glancing upward, you notice snowflakes drifting down from above. No matter how you try to move, you can't feel the shape of your own body. It's as if your consciousness is floating in water, becoming one with it. You drift like this for what feels like an eternity. Scattered senses slowly converge. Now you're able to perceive information. I need to sketch out the scene before you. It's January 2nd, 2161, the third day since you arrived in Constellia. Chaos stands at a distance, using the fruit she planned to hold back Kratos' abilities. Kratos, perplexed, keeps checking herself, struggling to understand why the red tide is fading. It really has. Staggering footsteps approach the twin observation building, coming to a halt in the street, and kneel down in place. She lifts the torn jacket from the red tide. It's Lucia.
Command.
Voice quivers and her fingertips tremble.
Is this all that's left for us?
I'm making her show that expression again. Am I dumping all of this on her to deal with by herself? Again?
Is this the only option we have left?
With the heart-rending cries, a single flash of clear crimson slips quietly into the butterfly's possession. Miracles and dawn remain just out of reach. Shaper's ripples by me. Whoa. Wait, what the heck? This looks like the other. Oh, this is. Oh, so it is. We're looking at it from different perspectives. Oh, that is actually cool. I could do a bit more. Why not? Descend. It's the birth record of another future Agent Zero in this world's cradle. On that day, humanity once more stands at a crossroads that leads to its ultimate end. The moment Cassel's data wall opens, the hall plunges into darkness. Crimson warning lights frantically flash across the screen. The tower of Babylonia begins to shake in sync with Cassel's tremors. While crimson lightning crackles out of the alloy shell as the punishing virus seeps out. These punishing viruses contract inward, forming a Tokarev, about the size of a human eye. This is the core of that corrupting mimetic.
It was always going to come to this, wasn't it? This time begins on December 20th, 2160. And there are only 5 days left until December 20th of this year. Aren't there?
As the Tokarev gazes upon Ishmael, she's also staying with the Tokarev, who's been in prison for 30 years. She sees the future of Tokarev. With the badge of the persona, she recalls the mantle of Agent Zero. In a bid to regain her full capability, she is taken in by Celine, who has a magic power. Only to be separated again during the battle of the head of her town. As long as the Punisher virus and derives Tokarev's authority will remain, they will both be controlled and erased. Ultimately, transfers to the next suit of those capable of fixing it. Ah, shit. So that's what happened to that core. You've acquired Agent Zero's authority, integrating it with current permissions. Let's check in progress. Permission complete. She finally remembers everything. She finally recalls that she once had the same authority as Agent Zero. Same origin, same record logs.
Data sync in progress. Updating the memory.
Safety calibration though. Commencing descent. This node's record differs significantly from the way this world is developed. Continue with sync. Confirm. Establish a connection. On December 25th, 2197, arrive at this airport energy extraction center. Operation successful. Mission: gather all data from the target civilization and retrieve the gate. Take the most advanced technology of this civilization, a time travel capsule, and designate it as a top priority target. Hacking into time travel capsule, adaptation successful. Leads a contaminant meat. Successful. Synchronizing with the next node record. Infiltration spread now encompasses 10.97% of human city population. Leading human scientific research disappears because of it. Let's head to the auditorium hall. Next on stage. What's wrong? Am I truly fit to be the chief technology officer of the Science Council? You're his only student. You made remarkable strides for someone so young. We all see your potential. Believe in yourself. Professor, so you're heading on next, aren't you? I'm old now. It's time I left the next steps to you and the others of your generation. How's Nemo doing lately? Remember back when we were in school together a few years ago? We had pretty decent grades. Since then, actually, he's lost all enthusiasm for research. No matter how I try to persuade him, he won't listen. Last month, we went to the countryside, found him at the hospital, and began practicing as a psychiatrist. Sounds nice. And he discovers the heteron crystal. Take a look at this. You scanned it. You say it's a crystal. Where'd you find it? It was on the core's components. At first I figured it was just dust, but recently there's more of it showing up. It really looks like some kind of crystal now. Gather that up and deliver it to the Science Council. Let Dominic figure out what we're dealing with. Human science leader begins studying the heteron crystal. Human science leader is using a time travel capsule to accelerate the research. These crystals keep getting bigger. They're clearly visible now. If we miss even one during cleanup, things could get bad fast. First people infected are labeled as mentally ill by humanity. Contamination makes them launch interference whenever they spot a high priority target, helping it spread faster and collect intel. The incubation period is almost up. Thanks to its nature, it's bound to show itself once conflict breaks out. Humanity's eager to make a major breakthrough. As soon as he steps out into that time travel capsule, these crystals show up. They even corrode the parts that go with it. That time travel capsule's parts are tough enough to make it as it is. Things keep going like this. Don't be so down. I believe Dominic will get to the bottom of this. The world government believes Dominic too. They're already working on the replacement parts. Did you hear? Rumor has it all those riots popping up worldwide might be tied to these crystals. People have been using the time travel capsules a lot more to gather intel, which in turn boosts the amount of those heteronomic crystals each time they... Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like the same thing happened in a different story. Or like, I don't remember if it was an anime or a game, but it's like every time someone time traveled, there'd be like some piece of physical evidence on them that's like keeping track of the amount of times that they had done the loop. I don't remember what it was exactly. I think it was something similar to like what this crystal is. Single activation heteroma crystal multiplier keeps climbing, now 71.22%. Single activation heteroma crystal multiplier keeps climbing down 84.94%. And he never forgets that thing. Mysterious crystals of unknown origin almost envelop the entire time travel capsule. Every trapping the user inside. Why are you just standing there? Save her now! The more people try to remove these crystals, the more subtle contamination seeps in. The more people try to go back in time to find the truth, the deeper they get pulled in. Until that final activation. As the tower appears, devouring the building where the time travel capsule is kept. All around is gone without trace. Force can scrape up those heteronomic crystals that fuse with the capsule. Get ready to form an ever-growing battle tower. Humanity now knows the complete truth and call this crystal chaos. The chaos contamination. Axis conflict detected. Port update failed. Let's confirm access to the heterotower core. Oh, so is this how it came to be? Conflict.
sets the conflict aside for now, reaching for the massive records and carefully mulling over the name. Chaos. Punishing virus, chaos contamination. When did I forget about all these? The disaster after the containment medic was released. In another future, the containment medic was not stopped. Instead, it lurked at the time travel pod and corrupted all its users. It contaminated time travelers and those whose actions were affected by them, and then used the ripple effect to spread. The initial stage is slowly spreading. As long as symptomatic incubation period provides enough time for itself to reach more people. Therefore, it was named chaos and thus the chaos contamination. The infected would look as if they were suffering from some mental disease. Symptoms such as auditory hallucinations, abnormal behaviors, and acts of violence. The actual symptoms are actually more complicated than was described above. I'm waiting for you to wake up. It's at the moment when it takes form of cradle to rise from the red time. I will cherish. Now, make the most of everything I've gained from you. For calming the sound of the tide on the planet, for the lives to bear greater fruit. So that next time, we and you can meet under better conditions. Because at the moment our data takes over everything, I find such a excited about this new purpose. I want to discover more stories. I want to understand civilizations, societies, humanity. Stories of humans are more important than humans themselves. So I sincerely hope you will leave more stories behind. When she's lost sight of her original goal, her instincts still bring joy whenever she remembers the stories. So, go forth, expand, and seize. Just like whatever civilizations did when they developed. Go absorb everything that can enrich us. Seek out a homeland that can nurture our civilization. She's guided by instinct, finding a similar purpose and longing. But why does she feel this desire? Why is it a sense of joy? These emotions are really hers. It's almost as if Agent Zero. Why call contamination the medic? Has it taken on a human form before? It's okay. This I'll know soon enough. To gain the authority of Agent Zero, under cloak of night take advantage of the sudden invasion of the Henry creatures. She slips through the clean zone, no longer clean after Selena Agent Zero's defilement, only enters the Hetero Tower. The guardian who once watched over this place has vanished without a sound. There's no need to greet someone already bound to the gate. Why does she feel compelled to care for a future still dormant to miracles? Mysterious time rift at the far end of the Hetero Tower's core floor. Seems to be in shortcut to another civilization. We know that when Earth has gone through the rift in one piece so far. Oh, that place where Lee was, right? For the very first time in her life, Cradle feels truly at home. The child returned to a long lost haven. Slips back into the warpment solely for her. Agent Zero. Looks like the answer I've been looking for is right here. And the one who robbed me of my memories is here too. Sitting around the Hetero Tower, casually talking to this place she calls home as if she's alone with her thoughts. So, is this the moment when someone's supposed to say, welcome back? For the tower, closed it with vividly locked, but all it offers is silence. When Grado assumes the tower's core is permitting her every action, reaches out to touch it. Some flash of light streaks across the vine of the Hetero creature with her fingers. Her radiance pours over her wide, terrified eyes, breaking down a barrier. With curiosity, bit by bit, bare her rawest fear. Is the Hetero Tower's core erasing? Since there are established rules and we know the language that powers them, overriding the tower's core logic can fundamentally change the way it functions. Shifting from release to activate and absorb and obliterate, the region once exposed to the tower's influence will be cleansed of any sign of the punishing virus. Wait, how does she know this? From my memories? Or is she reading the punishing data that's here? Similar to like Phantom Tracer. And this time, it's your turn to be used. That moment registers the memories long dormant. Oh, I see. Different timeline. The way Critter stumbles back as though the stern young man still hovers at the edge of her vision. I remember now. This marks the start of the story. This is where everything begins.
man knocks on the door of the gateway behind the Hetero Tower's core logic. As timing coincides with Agent Zero making a long journey on her own feature to invade this world's Hetero Tower. The outcome is obvious. Before Alter, the gravely wounded patient is robbed of every chance of recovery. This world is already dominated by the Punchy virus. There's nowhere for her chaos contamination to spread. And he's been granted the tower's inward Hetero Tower is no longer her lord child. She's lost her throne, and restored away by endless blue. Leave her to wander adrift and sink beneath the red tide. She remains still until her consciousness fuses with Credo, speaking to a deep sleep. Now that Kratos regained control of the Hetero Tower, she stands before her child once again. Even though this child has been rewritten, still watches in silence with its great blue eyes.
So, what comes next?
Takes a moment to think, abruptly stops and shifts aside and quickly announces herself. Right in front of the tower, where the tower's core, the dark gate stops at its tracks. The light also identifies him as an intruder, but it cannot simply consume or erase him at the same time. Over a burst of light streaks by Vonnegut, a faint arc of blue light neutralizes the attack. The finely tuned force field fits around the agent like a glove. Something strangely familiar about it, as if she's seen it somewhere before, but where? Raider tries to get a clear look at those berries and peek out. Vonnegut's eyes instantly lock onto her hiding place. The silent standoff comes to an abrupt end when Kratos beats a quick retreat, fully aware that sticking around won't do her any good. Under Agent Zero's clearance, Kratos moves unhindered to threat the Hetero Tower. Meanwhile, the agent, clearly off guard, sees put into the tower's central zone, keeping close watch on her. That means that she tries to seize control of the core again, or keeps syncing data to learn more about the future. It's bound to collide with her once more. She isn't influenced by the blue core, but if Kratos goes near it, she'll be wiped out.
Alright, let's give this one a shot. Looks like I found the rat. I'm not sure who left us behind the nature to another era. Since I found it, I'll make good use of it.
Cypher lifts from her hand, but quite insufficient.
You're not going to object if I open a bigger portal here and bring you some backup, are you?
Ah, shit. Could that have been from like when Nina was here? So your red line tears through the tower. Shaken by the punching ground, some shards singing across the red, Kratos' eyes. It glows are crimson, the battered wall finally overflows with a watery sheen. The red tide, like a newborn just opening its eyes, begins to stir. It flows, spilling into the depths and forming a shimmering crimson stream.
Reborn here. My old friends.
Initially, a small header creature shows up. Barely sits full on the core's area edge, before a sudden burst of light erases it completely. Then 2, 3, then 4. Under Kratos' watchful eyes, they rush toward the Hetero Tower's core in succession. If these fallen bodies can't grow a path, they'll disappear at once. The tower's radiant glow.
Switch to a new formation. Go.
As always, the line intensifies. The main Hetero creature is the first to utter a tortured wail. All becomes a flare, while walking the troop getting clear in advance.
Once again, we shall hold a new formation.
Charging Hetero creatures dissolve under the brilliant light. The first creature's body fades, the rest use its remains as a makeshift shield, which goes to seemingly unstoppable blue. But under another, they disintegrate, die, and then reappear raised through the fading heat of their fallen malicious souls.
I see.
Bit of tenses, then he stopped. Satisfaction glittering in her eyes as though her curiosity had been completely indulged. She pointed her fingers into the Hetero creature she's holding, fully feeling the red tide engulfing her.
This should work. If I just boost the red tide and turn out a few more of these creatures, I'll be able to reach the Hetero Tower's core. You're not going to stop me, Vonnegut?
Stands at a distance ignoring the Hetero creature. So he's never leaving the core on work. Agent Zero.
Exactly. Thanks for the intel from Litos. After gaining Agent Zero's authority, I've started to remember things. at least a part of it. This hetero tower is my creation, and also what I created into existence. So you want to reach the core by doing this. Yeah, it's a bit of a hassle, but all it takes is a small sacrifice. A small sacrifice. Right. It's just some hetero creatures. This is my solution. But you, who exactly are you? And how do you as an agent manage to keep the core's corruption at bay? And also, why are you so knowledgeable about the hetero tower? Keeping quiet isn't exactly polite by human standards. Besides, the story intrigues me. Alright, so can I count on you to keep watching from the sidelines like this? I'm getting my core back no matter what.
Starts with the full force.
Looks like that young beast of the night.
Absolute spots. Stays fixed intently and good.
Okay.
It's outside himself. He's by his side. Large surface reflecting upon his figure.
Looks like this is your answer. Well, I have to say, it's just as I expected.
Damn.
Damn, I'm already 16%. I only just started. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is gonna be a damn long ass chapter. I'll do one more. The rotting wood.
Searching for records related to force field. Earth time, November 21st, 2198. Note 201 log. Humans developed portable force field devices capable of preventing the chaos contamination from spreading. Due to multiple uses of the hetero tower for tower rerun, the tower continued to expand. Due to manufacturing costs, humans were unable to mass-produce force field devices and could only distribute them to the selected few.
What, so is Vonnegut also from a future?
As a result, the human leader assembled a 12-member Vanguard team to explore the interior of the hetero tower. The Vanguard team equipped with force field devices entered the tower for the first time, able to detect their specific plans and results to the chaos contamination. The Vanguard team equipped with force field devices entered the tower for the second time, able to detect their specific plans and results. Log data corrupted. Human Vanguard team. The force field is unable to detect human plans. Judgment error. Human leader Dominic became aware of my existence. My is the incorrect designation. Ontario. Self-diagnosis. Log update. And named it Agent Zero. To continue to advance and explore. The human leader has altered the Vanguard team's operational directives, designating me as the highest priority target. A futile action. The human leader continues to update the data on me. And through iterations, their force field can now shield the entire area. I cannot ascertain how we achieved all this. I feel agitated. Must concentrate computing power to detect their activities behind the force fields and cease observation of all Vanguard team members except Dominic. Dominic is the primary threat I must deal with. The rest are nothing but rotten wood on the lush green mountain. Fresh from another confrontation with Vonnegut, Agent Zero steps into a golden age through a rift in the hetero tower, processing the node records from an era of victory. As the towering golden forest, Cradle forgoes flight to stand upon the ground, looking everything from her elevated position. This man-made marvel stretches vast and grand, its glowing brilliance weaving between glass towers serving the vicinity, next to the very light of the sky. The Golden Age. On December 25th, 2097, she descended to an era even more prosperous than this. In the current world, the containment medic appeared in 2060. The contaminated medic from 2197, however, belongs to another feature. About the chaos contamination instead of the punishing virus. Oh, so it's not exactly the same. Okay. I didn't think it as much. Just by like how different of an effect hetero creatures have in punishing it. To the storm brought by the chaos contamination, she witnessed Sarah's decay. She herself was also part of it. Why did she fail in the end? The records are being incomplete. She only remembers confronting the human leader with all her might and hurling Dominic into the fog before the Vanguard team could complete their final operation. For
was near the gateway from where the Earth Federal Tower stood without a key or a higher dimensional receiver, would inevitably result in falling into the fog. No hope of ever escaping. Survivors at a vanguard team after losing their leader suffered a crushing defeat. A single soul survived. She had no idea how Dominic managed to escape the fog and arrive in this era. However capable as he might be, he was fundamentally human. It was impossible to emerge unscathed from the fog, let alone return to his own era. Subsequent decay was likely unrelated to Dominic.
Then, why did I fail back then?
The obvious buildings offer no answer to her question, nor do the service robots provide the response she seeks. Sparse pedestrians cross the street, their figures reflecting in Kratos' eyes. The space feels overwhelmingly empty. Not a single worthy hero to be found. All her eyes catch is nothing but rotten wood. She wanders through the glaring brilliance, occasionally slipping on the ground to prepare for the convergence of the red tide. That very afternoon, with the sun taking its time to rise, she catches the sound of a soft, relaxing melody resonating from deep within an alleyway. It's an adorable nursery rhyme, a song about the quest for a four-leaf clover of wonder that could bring back homeland. The singer's voice is laden with regret.
Before the harvest truly begins, she might as well go witness the story of this place.
The cradle within her body is drawn to the song of regret, puts her a gentle smile and offers a greeting.
Hello. Would you tell me about this era in your story? Huh?
The melancholic song comes to a rough stop. Their first encounter wasn't exactly smooth, but with nothing else to do while trapped here, they began to talk. Kratos provided her with protection and guidance, keeping her safe from corrupted machines and mercenary harassment, while also revealing many secrets, once the genuine truths to her. Kratos told Yuko that she came here from the future. I see, so that's why she also believed us back then. And also told her that she was searching for a reason behind her previous failure. Kratos doesn't mind sharing secrets with someone so insignificant. His words are far too obscure for Yuko to comprehend. Even if she learned the truths of the universe, she would simply laugh them off as jokes. But this young woman with loosened hair, for to protect her, the only reason she sticks around, shows any closeness.
We've known each other for several days already. Will you share your story with me now? There's nothing interesting. You should go ask the real heroes of this era instead. I've already heard those stories. Just think of this as a way to pass the time. Fine. Consider this payment for the beer.
As her cannon and mock toes her cradle as her gaze drifts to empty streets.
Remember my sister Chico that I always talk about? Naturally. Truth is, she's not my biological sister. My mother passed away when I was 7. My old man remarried his cousin just days after. Because of their relations to each other, they only held a ceremony without legally registering a marriage. After their wedding, I met Chico for the first time, my stepmother's child from her previous marriage.
she never received from her parents, she found it in her sister instead. Her birthday became the most anticipated day of the year. It was once unbearable daily life, now passed like fleeting moments. 5 years gone in the blink of an eye.
And then the rough days began.
Shortly after Yuko's 12th birthday, her father invested their family's years of savings into his friend's project, only to fall victim to a scam and lose everything. After days of running around to report the fraud, her stepmother and father suffered a car accident. The woman was left paralyzed except for her left arm, while her father was also permanently disabled. And the money taken vanished without a trace, along with his so-called friend. They became distant notes in an era of prosperity, no longer able to harmonize with the theme of the Golden Age. Fortunately, even as discordant notes in this prosperous era, they still found shelter under its protective embrace. Healthcare, education, food and shelter, all were guaranteed to every law-abiding citizen by the world government's regulations on minimum living standards. Certainly, even in times of disaster, her family wouldn't be left homeless. Their family circumstances promptly updated into school records, free accommodation and meals were made available to both of them. Such was the blessing of this prosperous era. No matter how hard or fast you fell, there was always something to catch you.
Thank goodness for the welfare support we have now. In my grandmother's generation, a situation like this would have left us with no choice but to end it all.
Lying feebly on her bed, the woman lay outside. She gazed at the now empty room.
At least it won't affect you two, Chico, Yuko. Focus on your studies. Don't let me hold you back. Let you hold us back? If he hadn't been such a fool falling for that scam, that's enough. Chico, please, no more.
Gordy, how's it going? Did you roll today? I did, and I did get a Lucia Pyro. And because I saved some of the those like weapon cards, I did actually get a weapon too. So 2 for 1. I got lucky on the character roll though, because I was thinking, oh my god, am I gonna have to wait till like I earn enough for 6 rolls? I did 3, got Lucia on my 3rd roll.
Everyone makes mistakes. If only I'd been more careful that night, we might have had a chance to make things right.
But yeah, what about you, Guardian? How's it going? How'd your rolls go? Or if you did.
You two, you should move out. Go stay at the school dormitory. Our family's now qualified for free boarding and meals there. What about you? You can barely move. Your father will take care of me. Don't worry about it. That man, take care of you? Let's go to Grandma's. Even if she's still angry that you married. Your grandmother passed away. I tried contacting her the other day. That's when I found out she passed away half a year ago. Leave this place, Chico. Take good care of your little sister. She's innocent in all this. You both are. Get as far away from here as you can. Don't let this family drag you down.
Never beer can hits the ground where it crisp clank. Good. I rolled. I got Pyro off. Rolled a few times at the weapon banner. Lost my weapon for the first time to Darkness. Damn. Next 10 pull, I got Pyro 6. Damn, that's crazy. Man, she didn't catch a break. Seriously. No matter what timeline, she's always gonna have to struggle. But hey, at least we're iterating more on Chico now. We at least know way more about her than we did before. But I gotta say, it's definitely an interesting style that they try to approach with this next part of the story, because we're not going through the initial or even parts of the simulations or even just what happened in the Inverhedera Tower to get to this point. I'm guessing that's what the trailers were supposed to be, like a short thing to get to that point. But even then, it's like, I feel like it's a bit weird to go about it, like not explaining any real details and just having us like talk about it, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand why it's like we'd have to, because it's like I can't keep memories, considering it's like it's a whole bunch of data that a human wouldn't be able to keep in their mind for so much, unlike compared to a construct like Lucia.
Chico is a permanent C on the Stokobus.
Yeah, I guess it's like for her, it's inevitable, you know. Like she doesn't have a convergence point where it can change, where her fate will get better. Never beer can use the right.
Despite her worries, my sister couldn't argue with Mother. She had to continue her education. Only with her job she could afford a new house and get Mother a mobility assistance robot.
Girl, you all caught up, right? Yeah, I definitely am. At least main story-wise. Not the floating records, but main story, yeah. And again, me seeing chaos in dreams is like, how did that work? Again, if I'm understanding it right, I should have like tried to complete every single thing in chapter 30, right? Because I went to check like last week and I'm like, how am I still missing cutscenes or like, I guess certain images from chapter 30 if I completed chapter 30? And I'm like, maybe I didn't tick off all the objectives on that chapter. And it's like, yeah, there is somewhere it's like I didn't get everything. So it's like, maybe that's like the stuff that kind of ties into this potentially. I don't know. The adults in our family had already strayed from a normal life. If she followed their path, we'd both be stuck in that cold, damp house forever. But my old man didn't care about any of that. Unable to accept his failure, he turned to gambling, spending his days dreaming of becoming an overnight millionaire and achieving great success. Every time his school semester ended and we got back home, Chico and I would try to convince him to get himself back on track. But what we got in return was his frustration boiling over into violence. After a few months, he even sold the medical wheelchair that the world government had provided for Mother on the black market. Wow, what the fuck? That's messed up, man. Those dark days dragged on for another 2 years. Then, Chico finally graduated and planned to start her own life. It was her only chance to take Mother away from there. But Mother said, Chico, I won't be going with you. The public dormitory is too crowded for someone like me who can't barely move. There's nothing good for me to be in that kind of place. You'll have to work, and you won't be able to take care of me. I'll only become a burden to you. Just let me stay here. No matter what, it's a roof over my head, and Yuko will still be here to help me. Back then, I wanted to ask Chico to either stay or take me with her. But how could she? At just 21 years old, possibly support 2 people. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, it does show that, like, the mother still cared, right? They at least had one parent who cared about their future and their happiness more than anyone else. That's right. I was a burden. And Mother thought she was a burden too. As burdens, all we could do was watch her leave. We're gonna wait for the story to continue, falling into deep contemplation amid the silence. The red tide now creeps toward Constellia, surging echoes murmuring in her ears. Whispers of duty and obligation. Whispers of Ancient Zero's mission. She shouldn't linger here any longer, nor should she continue listening to the spiraling tale of despair that offers no light at its end. You could have warned before, shows no curiosity toward many of life's questions. In her own words, with the pressure of life weighing down on her, she's always struggling with all her might just to keep breathing. She despises her own powerlessness. It's just so much that she yearns for death. Yet here she sits, perfectly composed, cracking open a can of beer, Gretel brought her along, smiling as she continues to tell her story. Yuko's first job was as a private caregiver. His profession specifically catered to families who preferred not to use domestic robots, where she had to play the roles of nurse, nanny, and beautician. In this era, machines have taken over most jobs, but the world government offers generous welfare benefits, which even those without work receive. However, to live a bit more comfortably than just a basic standard, to travel now and then, dine in nicer restaurants, indulge in paid entertainment, or to save up for personal interests and career aspirations, well, we need to secure a decent job. Chico, do you see my message from this afternoon? By the second year of work, everything seemed to be back on course, with the things worth complaining about no longer being life-altering crises, but rather minor inconveniences. Nothing much, just busy. Here's a hint of weariness. Are you drawing Froggy? Yeah, just doing for fun. When he ever had the video call, Chico looked down to check the text messages Yuko sent her. You changed employers? What happened? They don't need a caregiver anymore, so I switched to another family. This new place is pretty close to where you are, so I'll come visit when I have time. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Did you have some kind of trouble? What are you talking about? How could there be any problems with a simple job like this? I asked you to help my son with these problems. Can't even handle something this simple. Might as well just run a domestic robot instead. Not that I don't trust you, of course. It's just that there's been a lot of news stories recently about families blaming their own problems on private caregivers. Caused quite a few incidents. No matter what job you have, the real challenge isn't just the work itself. It's dealing with people, Right, because that's the whole disconnect that starts to happen because of technology, right? Because more and more people are so reliant on it, they're less accustomed to dealing with people, or even having patience in general. Considering that robots and technology can give you almost instant answers, or at least not take as long to generate an answer, as opposed to an individual who tends to think because they have to think about like the person's feelings and such.
That's true. But you know what makes us better than domestic robots? They got built-in recorders. Can't pin the blame on them even if you want to. If you think it's necessary, you should turn on the built-in cameras on the household appliances while you're working. No, it's fine. I trust my employer. You've been secretly recording us? Fine. This might prove you didn't break the vase, but there's no recording of what happened last time. Don't you dare try pinning that on my daughter, too. I'll pay you today and you can leave. We don't want someone as sneaky as you at our home. Did your last employer pay your wages? Yeah, they did. They paid through the agency, so they can't withhold my wages. I sent your pay slip to your terminal. At the deducting compensation for damages, you still owe us $300. Don't forget to pay it. What? When you were there when the agency assessed the damages and checked the purchase records? Oh right, you weren't around that day. We already settled everything. Take it up with the agency if you have questions. That's good to know. How's your new workplace treating you? It's quite nice. Only have to look after one person now.
My old man just had surgery. My wife and I tied up at work. You'll need to look after him. Make sure you grasp the post-surgery care instructions for the hospital team, including, well, the more personal routines, just in case. There were some complications. You need a cosmetology surgery. Probably need to wear the bag for the rest of his life. Well, he's already past 50, so at least he won't have to bear it for too long. Oh, try not to upset him. The old man has quite a temper. It's actually why the last caregiver left.
That's good to hear.
And then you could realize that her sister had been asking about her life all along as if she was holding back something left unsaid.
Sis, what's wrong? You go. Your father passed away. At the casino, he got into a fight, killed someone, and didn't make it himself. When did it happen? Tonight. Just now. I heard it from Mom. We'll probably have to pay some compensation since it happened in the casino. He ended up breaking a bunch of stuff. Now Mom has to deal with some troublesome debts. At least you're doing all well. Don't make that face. What are we gonna do now? You're doing well, so focus on your work. I'm planning to quit my job and find some part-time work closer to home, so I can take better care of Mom. You know the situation.
Chico refused to let her sister bear everything on her own. After a long argument with Chico, she eventually came around and accepted her sister's plan. So Chico sacrificed her career prospects, quitting her job, to return to her mother's side. To pay off the compensation, they had no choice but to sell their house. Their mother said that the house was bought with their father's savings, and it seemed only right to use it to settle his debts. Everything had returned to emptiness once again. The two moved into free public housing built by the world government. His dormitories were usually located in remote cities, which made it hard for Chico to secure suitable work. She had no choice but to take night shifts at bars and return in the morning to care for her mother. Even though Chico never mentioned it, Chico knew all too well what it meant to live in a cramped public housing while caring for someone who was completely paralyzed. She never complained, nor did she even have the right to. Families like hers would have faced far worse fates than any other chapters of history. True. She must be grateful for her current situation. Grateful for how generously this prosperous era treated the mediocre ones like her. Take a brief break, Yuka takes another long sip of her beer.
Thankfully, that rough patch didn't stick around for too long. Life got back on track, and after the storm, there was sunshine again.
A month after receiving devastating news, a stroke of luck allowed Yuka to break free from her old job and join the toy company she had long dreamed of working for.
This is our new hire. She'll be in charge of our promotional comics for Froggy. It's such an honor. I've seen your Froggy comics before. Can't believe we're co-workers now. Thank you. I never thought the staff would actually see my drawings.
We just saw them last week, actually. They expect you to join us so quickly.
The company just decided to pump up the promotion for Froggy. Your fan comics caught someone's eye. He recommended you for a position in the marketing team. I see. I look forward to working with you all. Now that everyone's here, let me explain our team's objectives. As you all know, Froggy's been around for many years. There's only getting a small following. Well, given how it looks... Don't say that. There are plenty of quirky toy designs out there that sell well. All we need is good storytelling and the right promotional strategy. It's all about finding our niche. Froggy is more memorable than those generic cute plushies. We should capitalize on this uniqueness instead of seeing it as a weakness.
But it's not really quirky either. It's stuck in this awkward middle ground.
There's no point in discussing this further. Let's focus on training our new hire to promote Froggy properly. That's what actually affects our performance reviews and year-end bonuses.
As Mona left, Yuko suddenly realized she was the only one in the meeting room actually excited about joining Froggy's marketing team. Still, she was grateful for this unexpected opportunity. Though the pay was slightly lower than before, there were far fewer risks involved. She could finally help with household expenses. Also, being surrounded by all those adorable toys, she would truly brought her joy. She was even delighted to find her tax payments had reached a normal level, no longer relying on welfare or overwhelmed by compensation payments. She'd finally become a contributing member of society. Help from her co-workers, she picked up various art and marketing skills, collaborating with the team to promote Froggy's new look, creating many chat stickers featuring the mascot. Despite the slow progress, Yuka remained full of enthusiasm, believing that their persistent efforts would eventually yield the results they were hoping for.
Yuko, did you pull another all-nighter at the office? Sorry. I wasn't quite happy with the expressions in this sticker, so I want to make some adjustments. Take care of yourself. Your health is what matters most. I'll go to sleep once I finish this part. Thanks, Mona.
She believed these peaceful, pleasant days would continue forever. This peace only existed because of her ignorance of what was to come. 3 months after hearing those words of concern from Mona, Yuko overheard a conversation between her co-workers at the next table in the company cafeteria. This afternoon, Damien told me that their department got another pay raise.
Another pay raise? Didn't they get one the first half of the year?
Well, I was so surprised, really. Their floor works on the Cinnamon Kitty. Sales are through the roof. Every department's been crushing it. With Froggy, you'd be lucky to even get a pitiful raise once every 3 years. They're also thinking about breaking off a section of the team for a new project. The big bosses want a marshmallow theme specifically for this one.
Sounds cute already. Maybe I could request an internal transfer.
Sure, why not give it a shot? That day, for the first time, Yuka found herself questioning. Was there any real meaning in continuing like this? When she brought this question to Chico, she received unexpected words of comfort.
Of course it's meaningful. While Froggy might not click with everyone, it'll surely touch the hearts of people just as special as itself. That's precisely why the company wants to promote it, right?
Man, I was going to Day Broken too, man. This really snoozed up his. No, it really is. Dude, last stream I was only focused on just like just finding and like meaningless side quests and just times at the beach. It's like, come on, man. Do we really have to have an intermission? I mean, having the first game was one thing, but even that was weird enough. But now it's just like randomly they're somehow trying to bring up a beach day where it's like the fact that it's hosted by an Anguis or Ouroboros. So it's like, come on. There's too many characters, man. Nah, there really is. They're really trying too much to get characters involved. Well, it's like, it's not even that necessary. I feel like that's the real issue. Because look, at least with Cold Steel, some had their moments and then got cut off later. Some have certain roles in certain games, and then later they either have more significant, equal, or less, depending on how their lives had passed through those events that happened before. So it's like, at least Cold Steel wasn't that much of a hot mess compared to Daybreak. Yuka sat in an empty office, had a loss of words as she watched her coworker pack up their belongings.
All our past work has been uploaded to the database. Gonna have AI take over the drawing from here. But then, the story become just another cookie cutter one that never ends. Probably be trapped in this loop. never finding its four-leaf clover. Who cares?
Did your internal transfer request get approved? Yuko shook her head, numbly. Better hurry up and find a new job then. Remember your family's having financial troubles. She stood in the office until late into the night, looking at the illustrations on her terminal and the song she wrote for Froggy again and again. The original plan was to have a famous singer perform it. Now it remained just an AI demo, never to be released. Everything returned to emptiness once again. Things she cherished always seemed worthless. Always the first to be sacrificed. She never wanted Chico to sacrifice her future. Powerless to help, she could only watch as Chico chose his path. She never wanted the company to give up on Froggy, but powerless to help, she could only watch as Froggy was abandoned. Would things like this continue to happen in the future? They probably would. When that time came, what should she do? Could she ever forgive the worthless reflection staring back at her in the mirror? Unable to find an answer, Yuko packed her things and returned home. The public dormitory where her mother and Chico lived. By the cropped frame of video calls to mask reality for the first time, Yuko saw their living conditions for what they truly were. Despite the world government's efforts to provide medical care and food, even including a basic domestic robot, the public dormitory still faced many problems stemming from its other residents. Visible bruises on Chico's face, shoulders, and chest served as silent reminders of her working conditions at the bar.
What should we do now? Since you love drawing, you should go study art. You can still apply for welfare benefits while continuing your education. No, Mom. I'll find some part-time work nearby, too. Chico should take a break. Chico. Yeah.
By faint, Yuko lowers her head, falling into long silence before she finally speaks again.
The next day, right there in the public dormitory next to Chico. Someone paralyzed like her couldn't just walk out, and Chico would wake up at the slightest sound. I can't even imagine what was going through her mind. When she soaked tissues with water from a cup, put them over her face layer after layer, pressed down with her hands. The note was found in her terminal's memo, just a few simple lines. She wanted to leave us life insurance payout, and what she called freedom from her burden. She wanted Chico to quit working around the public dorm for her sake, instead find a job that better matched her skills. After the funeral, Chico became distant. She rarely replies to my messages. I don't even know where she is now.
With a self-deprecating smile, she takes a deep breath and downs her beer, apparently trying to swallow her hidden sorrow along with it.
You want to know about the Golden Age? All I can share is how a worthless piece of rotten wood like me managed to get through each dull day of this so-called glorious era, barely scraping by with the help of the world government's welfare. That's just how things are nowadays. Countless products get sacrificed or shelved by companies when they're deemed worthless. It's not just toys. Every industry does it. Even the place downstairs has sacrificed plenty of menu items. There are way too many families whose lives spiral downward after just one slip up. It's just the details that vary. Using my story as a template, it fit half the people in this city and 90% of its companies. And they don't ever feel personally offended or think I'm taking shots at them. But it's just all too ordinary. These things, they're all just too ordinary. Too common. Well, that's my story. Did you really find any of it worth listening to?
Greta finds it hard to answer. Still, she has sensed numerous sacrifices within the tale of this piece of rotten wood. Marva sacrificed herself for her children. The company sacrificed its less profitable toy for more valuable ones. Such sacrifices, humanity's reached goals that should have been impossible. That future could it be that the members of the Vanguard team, was neglected by her, made similar sacrifices?
Come to think of it, if there was a way to get out and defeat those responsible for this calamity, you might get into danger. Would you sacrifice yourself? Probably. What about the others? They might too.
Greta smiles at the rotten wood before. Wants to test something on her.
I think Elaine would have been way cooler as a rival, basically. No, right? Yeah, I remember you did mention that before, and it's like, I do agree. That definitely would have been a better way for her just to stand out. No reason to, like,
just make it that one love interest who like barely gets any like screen time at all. Because if anything, it's like, what's even the point of making her one of the main characters at that point? It's like she's barely having any impact. Hell, at least when it came to what's it called? Those from Class 7, at least they had some connections to like the main stuff that was going on. And I say some. I'm not saying strong. It's like at least there was some.
Actually, I would give you a secret from you. A secret. In a few days, you might see two people you never met before suddenly appear in Constellia. It's those two who brought the disaster, trapping all of you here.
Ah, damn it. That was the Ron Wood that she was talking about. Bitch. So that's how Kratos always set things up. Tyr finds a raw primal joy in their own destruction. Alright, let's do this. Then I'll probably end the stream. November 22nd, 2198, 371. The Vanguard team led by Dominic continued to explore the Hedera Tower. Due to interference from the force fields, their specific plans remain difficult to ascertain. The Vanguard team led by Dominic detected the gateway on Earth's side, for the Hedera Tower's core level. The Vanguard team led by Dominic decided to abandon the plan and cross through the gateway. Disappointing. Why wouldn't they go? No, I shouldn't have such emotions. Must erase the personality implanted by Dominic. Must eliminate all associated negative traits. Terminate monitoring of individual human behavior. Terminate mimicry of individual human actions. Terminate indulgence of the inducement and reward mechanisms triggered by human emotions. Figure corrupted. Figure restored. The Vanguard team led by Dominic has developed a key capable of hacking into the Hedera Tower's core using chaos contamination. They are currently conducting simulation tests. The Vanguard team has designed this series of operations as Project String. The specific preparation process and methodology of Project String remains unknown. The name alone suggests a possible connection in the human concept of string theory.
But Daybreak 2, she's like there, I guess. She's there. Quarter still don't really know what's doing it.
Yeah, that is true. Because like, even if it's supposed to be a filler, it's not really filling for a lot of characters at all. Dominic informed the remaining team members that using the key to infiltrate the Hedera Tower's core would require individual sacrifice to prevent the gateway from opening. Vanguard team member number 7, Nemo, volunteered as a sacrifice, while Dominic, who usually took the lead, chose to step back at this time. That's irrelevant. The sacrifice of those mediocre will only become stepping stones to the hero's path to success. Completely eliminating the hero and removing the threat once and for all is my current highest priority.
But I think the foreshadowing, like from UQ Holder.
Hey, you know about UQ Holder as well. Nice. I actually knew about it since Nejima, because I had actually read the whole thing. It really does suck that they never got a whole anime for Nejima, dude, because it's like, it had potential. I'm not gonna say it would have been the best thing of all time. I'm not saying it would have been the big three. No. But I think with the animation, the right voice actors, and the right coordination, it definitely could have been at least something memorable, at least. Whereas like UQ Holder, it's like, without any of like the main context, it's like, you don't really understand what's going on. It's like pretty mediocre at best.
I hope they explored that well, because
Yeah, it is a delicate subject. Ready for our memories, Kratos notices the red tide surge into the streets is occurring 1 hour later in initial calculations. Meanwhile, the Gray River Command has been in slumber for over an hour in Lucia's arms. The woman carried her commander while rescuing Rose, managing to reach the exhibition hall before the red tide's arrival. You, who's in Lucia's arms, finally awakens from the nightmare, coughing up a mouthful of blood.
could it still be the side effect of the key? Let me take you to the infirmary. Commander, do you remember who I am?
I remember. I'm fine. Just had a long nightmare.
Those dreams again.
Wait, what? Wait, what point in time is this? Yeah, but this time, it question about Credo and Agent Zero.
Me?
We're getting the shadows. I think I understand her connection to Agent Zero now. And she must have said something to the people here. That's why we're so suspicious of us. Oh, okay. I had brought that back from another timeline. Okay. The only good news is Yuko. So Tyler grips her hand. Or your hand, holding you in her arms and hanging onto every word for fear of missing even the slightest detail. Credo helped Yuko drive away some troublemaking mercenaries. And that was the plan, at least. But those mercenaries were found dead. Their bodies completely ulcerated.
How did that person know about this? Because of the dream. A human dream couldn't possibly contain such details. By Kuromar, they handled that feminine and masculine thing well. I don't just fucking handle it.
Yeah. I wouldn't really see them being able to do that well either.
And yeah, true, they did handle Kuromar as well, now that I think about it.
She probably didn't follow Kratos' instructions completely. There's still a chance. Taking the cause Lucia offers, you clear the blood from your nose and mouth between coughs. And their days of sudden realization comes to mind. Wait. Upstairs. We need to go. Upstairs. We have to stop them from fighting each other. We're together this time.
This time? Have those two gone back in time? This isn't the first time this has happened. No, something's not right. I should be able to remember something like that. Why would I forget?
The late red tide and those deleted memories.
What did I forget exactly? When was I made to forget? Is this not the first time I've been through all of this?
But the memories rushes through Kratos' mind amidst their doubt. The fierce battle with Lucia in the Adder Tower? The interference with Vodka and Chaos? Or perhaps a certain death of that commandant?
Maybe that really is the reason. In stories, heroes often bear the key to salvation within themselves, making the ultimate sacrifice to save everyone else. Delaying calamity's march, buying time to survive, a death that holds meaning.
The girl floats silently within the red tide, words a soft whisper.
This isn't good at all. It's still interfering with me. The longer this drags on, the more I'm corrupted, the more I'm bound. Kill Chaos? No, that won't work. At least not here. She disappears way too fast. Now? No time for wandering around.
This time she looks back one more time at the alley consumed by the red tide. At the edge of her vision, Lucia and the commander is at the exhibition hall stairs once more. Awaiting them there are the repeated battles of Yuko, who remains lost in her doubts and anxieties.
What exactly are you, Cradle?
That day when she helped Yuko drive away the work machines, she heard fear of people. Would Yuko not have trembled like that, becoming so wary of her? She'd already explained herself by telling Yuko that this was all to defend against a greater enemy. She remained the same Cradle from the story, protecting humanity until her dying breath. And once the commander notices Yuko's secret in her wavering heart, begins to persuade her. She still retain her faith.
I'll let the rotten wood make her own choice then. It'll be a good measure of how effective my efforts have been these past few days.
For now, she must prepare for the upcoming battle with the hero. As butterfly wings veiled Kratos' vision, and the world behind her, Lucia and the commander push open the gate to the exhibition hall, ready to step into turmoil.
Let's go, Commander.
Alright, so yes.
我々の食料だ。
was a simulation.
この美術館も我々のオフィスだった。出て行け。
Okay, here we go.
我々のもうクビだろうが。お前らがデモなんかしなきゃ俺たちは閉じ込められなかったんだ。
こっちには子供が。
あのガキが一番異常だ。全員空腹なんだよ。あのイカレロボットからお前らを守るために仲間が一人死んでんだ。食料を出せ。俺たちが先に見つけたんだぞ。じゃなきゃ。
了解です。
どこから来たお嬢さんだ。えらく威勢がいいな。
それ
怠慢にしろ。偉人みたいになるのはごめんだ。
あれこいつまさか実践経験が。
もういい。きっとあのマントの女の仲間だ。全員でやれ。ビビんじゃね
集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。当たれ集え暁の光。行け当たれ。行け集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝け。翼よ羽ばたけ。
待て待て、話し合おう。俺たちだって空腹なだけで誰も傷つけたくない。
それは理解しています。ただ大きな問題が、赤潮が町を飲み込もうとしています。
赤潮ってなんだそれは。
非常に危険な液体です。今は争っている場合じゃありません。
おい後ろを見ろ。
あの蝶でもなんか様子が。
撤退しろ大変。
私が最後尾に。指揮官もお気をつけて。それカラスバのように輝け。翼よ羽ばたけ。それ行けカラスバのように輝け。翼よ羽ばたけ。当たれカラスバのように輝け。黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。この化け物どこから来たの。蝶だけじゃないの。
食料をくれるなら少しは守ってやるけどな。
揮官を離せ。指揮官、大丈夫ですか？医務室で薬を取ってきます。横になって。3階にまだ人がいます。そこにみんなを集めましょう。集合次第指揮官からお話を。
Don't go! Stay away from those employees! Just as everyone's about to leave, two mercenaries suddenly rush down the stairs from the other side, blocking the group's path.
The employees? What's wrong with them?
What's wrong with them? Can't you see? Those butterflies and monsters never touch the employees. They're only targeting us. Upon hearing these words, those who were originally willing to cooperate stop in their tracks, distancing themselves from the employees.
Weren't you the ones behind all of this?
Stop pinning the blame on us. Go ask the girl with you. The one always holding a paintbrush. Anyone who crossed her got beaten up by that custom-made robot of hers. The injuries didn't look serious at first, but they start feeling sick. None lasted more than 3 days before dying. That can't be right. I met that robot. She seemed nice enough. She even let me in on a secret, saying that she was on a hunt for the mastermind behind these monsters. Did the girl mention any of that to you?
No, she didn't. Let's go ask her. What do you want to know?
Even direct conversation, her gaze stays locked on the shadows.
But yeah, man, I still remember that scene Yuki hold it. Girl said I'm afraid to touch her for him because I don't want to be. They looked. So it was a subject that a lot of people who are connect with. Still cool character outside of that. Quattro barely anything about it.
No, that is true. It's like, that's a completely different, it's like completely parallel. You met Kreda before, right? Did she tell you that we're the ones who trapped you here? Or we're responsible for all of this?
Yeah, I did hear something like that. When did you...
Do you have any fucking idea what we've been through here? You're trying to play innocent right off the bat?
Of course we know what you've been through. That's exactly why Commander rushed here to save you, even risking his own health. Those Hetero creatures infested by the butterflies, do they look friendly to you? Kratos intimidating us, or intimidating you.
Aren't you doing the same thing now?
That's because you attacked us first. If we truly meant harm, or we really wanted to intimidate you into doing something. Commander doesn't even need to do anything. I can handle it right now by myself.
You...
Let Barley go. We'll listen to what you have to say.
Never had our tower core level. Chaos stands at a distance for the core.
Bro, remember Dingo's death? Some people are still crying. I was just confused.
Who cares about this guy? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have necessarily been crying about it. But it's like, if it was me, I would say it's like it only impacted me a tiny bit just because he definitely wasn't as bad of a character like a lot of other people in that game. So I was like, oh my god, no. Finally, someone who doesn't actually deserve to die like that actually did go off with a nuclear bomb. That was the main thing for me anyway. That bout has won again plants minuscule ender crystals from his palm into deteriorating parts of her body. These are just temporary fixes with some additional defensive measures to let you approach the core. In no circumstances should you engage Cradle once more in your current state.
Is it possible? The fruit acts as a two-way connection, giving her control over me as well. Once I leave the Hetero Tower.
Then don't leave.
Fredo will be here soon. She's running out of time. She'll certainly try to seize the core while she can still live.
Make your own survival the priority.
And then what? Will you kill her?
No, you're not ready to handle Ancient Zero's authority and replace Cradle.
Because my consciousness isn't.
Draws his hand against the core before her emotionless eyes. Do you know why I chose the abandoned and the clones to make the key? Despite the risk of chaos is unstable consciousness. Because Babylonia offers no place for such people. In my countless attempts to correct diverging timelines, I once used the original you, yet neither side would relent. Those times, your primary goal would shift toward returning home, rather than seeing the future. Naturally, you may harbor hatred towards me, towards Lithos. You could do the very same thing when you first entered the Inverhetero Tower.
Not anymore. That would only waste what few chances I have left. Even if I were to kill you, it would have to wait until everything is over. Except, why do others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness? Why am I the only one who can't do it?
Creating the key for human consciousness was never possible to begin with. Your very birth is a miracle itself. After all, this is in the future where the key can be properly created. At best, we can merely generate a replica. The same applies to Agent Zero. Until she reclaims the Heterotower core, she remains bound by both her current body and her creative personality. And now, the fruit you've planted has become another of her constraints. All of this is buying us time. Time is exactly what we need. Besides, hand, I bet your chaos's current height, that would nothing but pretty split. To have grown this tall, considering all the instances of time rewind, must have been about 6 or 7 years by now. Once you undergo further completions and become capable of accepting Agent Zero's authority, your physical form will grow even larger. At that point, you would retain Agent Zero's authority while possessing enough consciousness stability to override her instincts that drive her to fulfill her predestined mission. That was my initial plan.
But I guess Fairy's memory's death was a mercy kill, but Ben didn't even have to. It was anyway, man. The advances to Agnes. I'm not aware of this guy just.
Yeah, I know, man. It's like, come the fuck on. Like, enough of that bullshit. Like, him acting like the bit of that kind of guy here. It's like, if he was, he would have just left well enough alone or only thought of his own interests. Had Cradle not been persistently destroying the Inverhetero Tower, we would have had enough time. But at least, you now have a way to keep her in check, preventing her from freely manipulating the Red Tide. From here on, we can only place our hopes in Lucia and her command to complete you ahead of schedule. I hope those two can discern the true adversary during their stay in Constellia. She heard just speaking thoughts. Today's agent before her into shreds. To avert that pending tragedy. She was silent. She's witnessed the truth with her own eyes. She's confirmed the unchangeable reality. She cannot agree with all of Vonnegut's plans right now. This third lane tightrope represents the sole path to the future. And this step plunge all of humanity into the abyss.
Lucia's key is nearly depleted. If Cradle destroys it again, she won't be able to return safely to the Inverhetero Tower.
The reserved agent offers no use to chaos.
Funny. If things continue to go as Cradle wishes, but we can't find a way to turn this around, tell me, do you have any backup plans at all?
No. Damn. Whew. Wow, okay, this is a long one. Am I? Oh, no, actually, it would make sense that. Wait, I'm only 3 parts into this and I'm already 50%? Damn, this ain't that long as I thought. Well, then again, I guess I am going into like different subsections. But anyway, I think that is it's a decent place to end the stream because like, at least I'm getting a bit of an understanding as to the stuff that's going on here. Again, I kind of wish we saw a bit of like what's going on in these other timelines as well. Or again, like I said, at the very least, just what happened inside the Inverhetero Tower that kind of led to like that clash in from the trailer. Or maybe that's for later, I don't know. That could just be something that's like, that's a scene from like later in the chapter, which is not yet, anyway. So I'm kind of surprised they would at least leave that out, just leave like a whole dialogue block for us to read. I mean, to be fair, I guess I'd still be reading it anyway, but still, to be more interactive with that point, I feel like would have given a bit more clarity to the situation, rather than having to like completely wait for it. But anyway, that's gonna be the end of the stream for today, guys. I'll see if tomorrow I can do another Punishing Gray Raven stream, because again, I do want to finish this chapter like sometime hopefully this week, because I'm also try to stream on Friday as well, so that way I don't have as much to focus on in the latter half of this month, because then I can focus on like my final projects and final exams before I graduate this semester. So that's kind of why it's like I try to do all my significant and need to meet quota for PGR before I move forward with other stuff, where it's like at least with those games I can take my time because they're already finished, they're not going anywhere. It's not like they're gonna update those games anytime fucking soon. But yeah, anyway, let me give a huge shout out to everyone who showed up to the stream today. So shout out to both Guardian Soulblade and Divine Wing for being here tonight. It's great chatting with you both. Anyway, any of y'all new to the channel but you do enjoy the streams, please make sure that you follow. Much appreciated. Check my YouTube channel, post a lot of VODs. Enjoy Discord, you guys know already. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Links to those are all on the channel. But this has been Santos Vice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. See you guys next time. We're out.
長いこと一緒にいますが、伝えそびれていたことがあるんです。もしも困らせてしまったら返事はいりません。あなたは私の一番大切な人です。指揮官、愛してます。